Executive Order N-08-21, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually. You can participate via the Zoom call-in phone number, which is located on your screen and on the front of the agenda. So at this time, I would like to ask Tracy if she'd please do roll call.
Good morning, Chair Bass. Supervisor Madrone.
Here.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
I heard his voice.
Supervisor Bass.
Here.
And 1 second, we'll try for Supervisor Bohn.
Apparently he can hear. Rex, are you on audio maybe? There you are. Thank you. We've got you. All right. So President accounted for, and I believe Supervisor Wilson is missing and will be with us later in the day.
Remote to panelists more. There you go.
And Supervisor Wilson is out.
Okay. Well, then we will begin with the flag salute and welcome Miss D'Amico with us. Ryan is leaving us, so Tracy is in charge of this group today. So we'll move on to the flag salute, and Tracy, if you could the flag.
Oh, your remote's up. You gotta bring your.
It's all right. We can hear you. It's close enough. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Thank you. So, little heads up about how this meeting will run. For those of you who do want to call in and comment on an item, you raise your hand by pressing *9 at the beginning of the item you are interested in talking about. When your number is called, press *6 to unmute yourself. When you call in, turn the volume off on your TV or screen that you're watching because there's a time delay and you might miss your opportunity to speak if you're not listening on the phone. So important to remember that. Generally, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, although that amount of time can vary depending on the number of people that are expected to comment and on the item. I'm consistent on time limits as everyone should have the same amount of time to speak to the supervisors. And so when you have 30 seconds left, you will hear this sound, and that means you have 30 seconds to wrap up your comments. At the end of the 30 seconds, you will hear another sound, and that means your time is done and you will be muted. So don't take it personally. It's just consistent for everyone. It makes it easier that way. And also, generally, we like to take a break. I can't guarantee when that might be this morning, but hopefully we'll at least be able to take a short one somewhere along the way. So I'd like to ask our acting CEO Hayes, are there any modifications to the agenda?
Morning, Chair Bass. There are no modifications to the agenda today.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I will make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We will go to public comment on this. And we have one hand up and the last 4 digits is 7454. Welcome. Are you ready? There you go.
Supervisor Bass, Kent Swatsky, back from Mexico. I'll start by making comments on your approval of your action summary, where I can delve back into some of the decisions you made back while I wasn't here. There was one here that I did not understand at all, D6 on your action summary, and I think it was possibly a unanimous vote to consider analysis of the relinquishment of State Highway 255 to the County of Humboldt, a feasibility analysis. I can think of no reason, with all the money we spend on all our highways and our roads here and so far in debt, that we would want to assume something that belongs to the state highway. So that'll be an interesting one to see where the justification of that particular project is. Sounds like a kind of a harebrained idea to me, but I guess you can do a feasibility study. Let's see, there was a I-5 was on that particular action summary. I strongly approve the fact that Garberville Vets Hall is having something done on that. Good, finally on that one. And then there was a very dysfunctional, or a whole versified vote as far as when to reopen your meetings. My comment on that particular action summary item was that you're not going to open until September 30th. The public wants to have these meetings opened instantly. And that's Eureka City Council is doing it. Everybody's opening up. Why aren't you the tip of the spear to reopen your meetings? That's my question on that particular one on your action summary. Regarding consent calendar then, standard consent calendar, D22, the animal shelter. I always support the animal shelter and the funding you're providing for them. I did wish to commend the sheriff because he's basically working well with the auditor controller. It says here the auditor controller has to continue to work on standardizing and reducing the numbers of object codes in the chart of actions. And so anyway, it's kind of the tip of the spear where the sheriff's department is working with the auditor controller to move the appropriations to where the expenses currently charged so that all fixed assets are balanced. And that's the problem for some of you that don't understand. These things need to balance. That's an accounting thing. I don't care. I wouldn't care if they rounded numbers up or rounded numbers down, but bring me something that balances. That's all we're after. And if there's $10 off, pre-round it up or down. That's no concern of mine or the public's or anybody's, but that makes accounting procedures work. And without that, they just do not work. And it doesn't matter big numbers or small numbers. So wanted to shout out and thank for Billy for working so well with the auditor controller and the auditor controller working so well to make these changes that are absolutely a necessity to have transparency, openness, and correct accounting procedures and protocol. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on these consent items today.
All right, thank you. And we will go to our next speaker, which is the last four of 0151. And that, I believe, is Dottie. Welcome.
Good morning. So, on the agenda,
Dottie, we can't hear you.
yeah, it's, can you hear me now?
Yeah, well, I'll start your time again.
Okay, thank you. So something happened that I got unmuted after I got muted. So that's what happened with that, but it's back again. So as far as the probation department is concerned, on the consent decree, different things that are going on with that, and about drug testing and keeping records on that. I think that we could do a way better job with the probation department. There's, as you know, there's some code enforcement issues that are going on, and people are on probation on code enforcement properties that are breaking the law and taking drugs every single day. And I think that somehow the probation department either needs to step it up, or maybe they don't have enough staff and they need to have more staffing, because this is a little bit ridiculous. So that's what I have to say about the probation department. And then as far as mental health, there's a few items on mental health and having caseworker new positions available. When you have a new position available for mental health, you really need to get some mental health caseworkers down here, because there's a lot of need. There's a lot of homeless people. There are a lot of things going on. There's people setting fires, taking drugs, dealing drugs, breaking the law constantly. And it would really be much better if we had more coverage down here to work with people that have very serious mental health issues, including somebody that is in our town that screams and breaks things almost every single day, but there's not a caseworker to help them. Another one that's been reported to Adult Protective Services because he's threatening people and acting like a lunatic. So we really need to have more caseworking done down here. So whatever you approve is good. Just approve more and get these people heading in this direction. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right, thank you, Dottie. And our next speaker and last speaker on this item, 3053, I believe that's Thomas.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
I'm just commenting on the consent calendar. I'm commenting on that action summary. I agree with Kent. I missed that vote about the in-person meetings. I was actually pretty bummed because I was traveling. I would say I highly encourage those of you, I believe you have the ability, actually Chair Bass, I think you voted in favor of waiting until September. I'd highly encourage you to rethink that and bring forward that agenda item as you are part of the in favor and reconsider that. You have a huge agenda item today that would be really respectful to the public to be able to be meeting in person. Yes, it's way more convenient to meet electronically, but one thing to think about is the public does have that right. And unless everyone's taken a 50% pay cut, I don't believe you should be meeting via Zoom. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. And that is the last of the item, of the hands up. And I would say, I think there's a maybe misrepresentation or misreading of that specific agenda item. It was to bring it back, or before September 20th. So there will be an item on our next agenda next week to have that same discussion. So definitely, if you're interested in that conversation, I'd suggest being on. So Tracy, you're on. Do I need, every time I see your face pop on, everything's good?
Yes, we were going to do the roll call for consent.
Yes. I didn't know if anyone had a comment from the board first. I'd say any
Perfect.
board members have a comment on consent calendar. All right, there is none. So yes, please, Tracy.
Supervisor Bohn,
Yes, please.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
and Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
All right, thank you. All right, so now we'll move on to the public comment on non-agenda items. This is the time where people can comment on items that are not on our agenda. No action will be taken by the board, although public comment is perfectly appreciated, and you'll have 3 minutes. And I think we have one hand up. If you're interested in talking under general public comment, press *9 to raise your hand. And in the meantime, we do have one hand up, and that's 0151. And press *6 to unmute.
So currently we have, this is Dottie Russell again. There's continuing problems as far as the choice to abate the Christian Science Church and then to lien it for some amount of money. Number one, we can't sell it until we know what the liening is going to be, if in fact there's going to be lien. Number two, we've hired Ed Denson to talk to you about it. And number three, I'm not sure if we should just really get together, talk about it a little bit, because you should really be rebuilding a church. What we did was not wrong. What you did multiple ways with
Go that little area.
Go ahead, Dottie.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, Dottie, I'll stop your time for a second. Okay, now somebody's back on mute, so go ahead. I'll restart your time once you start again. There was an interruption. Someone had a mic that wasn't off. Okay, so just start where you left off.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. So as far as what happened with the Christian Science Church, obviously a big disaster. This code enforcement thing that's going on with multiple properties is really out of control completely. So it is an interesting thing to me that one person that had a code enforcement is about to have a second amputation because his son, living in a sleeping cabin, a sleeping trailer, was asked not to live on the property, so he moved. So he's living there by himself without any care. Another person has been in the hospital multiple times. Another person died, and another person had a heart attack. So I think and then other people, are getting by with craziness that apparently nothing's done about. So it's really out of control. And I would like to have some kind of committee where the public could be a part of what's going on somehow, so that we can get this under control. And you really need to be working really hard to be cautious and compassionate and safe for everybody, because that's the ultimate goal. And as far as the Christian Science Church is concerned, you really stole a building that was worth a lot of money. And Kevin needs to be called on, saying that it was not repairable when in fact it was, and I have pictures to prove it and some of the lumber to prove it. So in addition to that, we've hired Ed Denson, and I haven't heard back about what negotiations you're planning or thinking about, because honestly, you should be rebuilding a church, and the person that seemed to be an issue still has not received benefits or support or resources for keeping him alive. So altogether, complete mess. I heard a beep, I guess.
You did that your first one. You have 30 seconds left. You have 20 seconds actually at this moment. All right. Well, then we will move on. We do have 3053 is our next speaker. And welcome, Thomas.
Hello, that system was weird. It actually, good morning, Thomas Mulder here. It gave me the opportunity to unmute while Dottie was still speaking, or her time was up. But I will, I don't know how to keep this polite because I'm trying to respect all of your rules that you guys are trying to deal with each other. But I've been really, really angry and frustrated because following the Board of Supervisors, it seems like we're going off on this tangent lately. Not we, there's some supervisors that are going off on a tangent that basically are trying to rewrite a general plan that's already been agreed upon, rewrite cannabis ordinances that have already been agreed upon, rewrite every single thing, and attack rural living and rural lifestyle. That cuts me to my core. So I would encourage everyone at the Board of Supervisors that's paid to oversee our county to think about the proper public process in which, if you want to do that, and let's be open, let's start that public process. Let's see what the whole public wants to do in-person meetings, not just talk via Zoom and go off on this wild tangent attacking rural life, rural ways, sprawling. Humboldt County is all about sprawl. We are not about living in a cookie cutter box. I want you to remember that whenever you're making decisions. That's not what Humboldt County is built on. That's not what we're based off of. So please remember that. And when we get off topic agenda items, maybe reel those supervisors back in, because I've pretty much heard following the meetings a lot of general plan rewrite, and it cuts me to my core. My children's future rights to live and prosper and enjoy Humboldt County are not going to be taken away. And I will follow that hard. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. And then we have 7454. And it's your turn. You have 3 minutes.
Virginia, like Thomas, I'm angry also. I'm angry for many different things, and I totally support what Thomas just said. He didn't mention any names, but in the past we've had Mike Wilson trying to rein in those of us who want to have the life, so I'll go ahead and name the name. If there's anybody else who's trying to take away our rights who wish to have rural living, then I'm going to stand beside Thomas. I did want to make mention, and I made comment before, that I will not tolerate a threat of litigation as far as you at the dais saying that offends you or it's not good for you. That's attempt to chill us and have us not engage in litigation, which is our right. So I strongly will appreciate those comments to cease that have been made in the past. So I'm going to reach out to people here. The county, in my opinion, has been grossly negligent in the manner in which they have gone ahead and decided to self-certify without expert witnesses the hydrological connectivity of water sources. And at the minimum, and I stated this to staff, apparently something is being worked on, but somebody with the expertise of Steve Madrone, someone who's a hydrologist, not necessarily a geologist who is a hydrologist, definitely should be on staff. You've opened yourself up to major litigation, and I'm happy to fund that. Should anybody out there, my name's Kent Sawatsky, 707-668-5288. If your well dries up or you lose your water during this drought time period, and you had a permitted well in your area or a permit granted to somebody who's in the cannabis business, and the staff self-certified or did something without doing their due diligence to see whether that was hydrologically connected, I'm happy to go ahead and we can engage in a class action lawsuit. And I'm guessing there's probably going to be hundreds of you out there as this drought continues, and if the drought continues to happen, and if your house burns down because you don't know how to have water because the county has granted an illegal permit without doing their due diligence, that's another grounds as far as litigation goes. I'm open to this. I'm reaching out to top-notch attorneys throughout the state who specialize in this. We'll be reaching out to the water board as far as the county's gross negligence and not having a certified person on staff. I don't know how much Mr. Madrone was working. Supervisor Madrone was getting paid before, but he has the qualifications, and I'm guessing he probably could hook you up with someone else who has his same qualifications to make those determinations. So you won't get your ass sued into the ground. And I can tell there's a lot of us that are angry. We're tired of the BS, and we will use our rights in the court system to take this to fruition if necessary. I recommend you take my suggestion. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on this item.
All right, thank you. And we have no more speakers, so we're going to return to the board. And all right, so we'll move on to the next item. All right, so we have no items pulled from consent, so we're going to go to the departmental items. Today's item comes to us from the County Administrative Office and is regarding redistricting efforts in Humboldt County. And Ms. Alicia Hayes, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you, Chair Bass. In 2019 and 2020, the California legislature passed Assembly Bill 849 and Assembly Bill 1276. This legislation established new process parameters for redistricting and included changes to affecting meeting requirements, timelines, decision-making authority, and process requirements. With the completion of the census in 2020, the county is now pursuing redistricting and remapping efforts. And so today with us is Neftali Miller-Rubio and the redistricting partners who will provide your board with a presentation on those efforts and outline the processes to occur in the coming months as we move forward with the redistricting process. So with that, I will pass it over to Neftali Miller-Rubio, our Senior Administrative Analyst in the County Administrative Office.
Welcome.
Yeah. Good morning, Chair Bass and members of the board. My name is Neftali Miller-Rubio. I'm the Senior Administrative Analyst with the County Administrative Office. I'm here today to introduce a brief presentation on the 2021 redistricting effort in Humboldt County and gain direction on how the effort will be led. The redistricting process takes place across the United States every 10 years following each census count to ensure fair and equal representation across all voting districts. It empowers local residents to define their own voting communities and to have influence on how district lines are drawn, thereby ensuring that they continue to have a voice in the public process. New legislation has brought changes to process requirements, timelines, and decision-making authorities. Steps have been taken to depoliticize redistricting and place greater emphasis on ensuring transparency and inclusiveness. In addition, it requires municipalities to put forth a good faith effort to engage communities who historically, for various reasons, may or may not participate in public processes of this type. To achieve these goals, staff have contracted with the consulting firm Redistricting Partners, whose expertise will provide support and aid political neutrality as the county navigates this complex framework. We are also partnering with the California Center for Rural Policy, or CCRP, to build on their work with the California Complete Count Census in 2020 to provide robust outreach to communities across the county. Today, we ask your board to hear the following presentation and provide direction on the oversight mechanism the county will use to guide redistricting. These options include leading the process yourselves as a board or appointing an advisory commission, an independent commission, or a hybrid model. Given limited time, staff recommends that your board leads the process with guidance and support from the consultant, who in just a moment will provide greater detail on your options and answer any questions you have. The Executive Director of CCRP, Don Arledge, is also here today to answer any questions following the presentation. With that, I will turn things over to Redistricting partners who will detail your options and timeline available to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome, Chris. Is that you?
Yes, that's me. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen and start the presentation. But first, good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Chris Chafee. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Redistricting Partners. I've been with the firm since 2011 and conducted numerous redistricting processes. But again, as Naftali introduced, there is the Fair Maps Act, which passed, in 2019. And it really lays out a very different process for all cities and counties to undertake in this redistricting cycle. And its basis is on creating an open and transparent process, no matter which option you choose to go forward with. And the basic structure of the Fair Maps Act requires 1 to 2 pre-map hearings to collect community of interest testimony, 2 map hearings to discuss proposed maps, and you introduce, in the first meeting, you would introduce draft maps, and in the second meeting, you could either pass maps that were final, or we often like to have a 5th meeting just in case if there's changes to the maps in the second meeting, so that in the 5th meeting you have passed your final plans. The other thing that the Fair Maps Act did was it has a firm December 15th deadline for final passage of all plans. And I think because of the timing, that has to be a major consideration in the process you undertake, because if you don't pass final maps under Fair Maps by December 15th, the courts will impose them on you. So Naftali set this up very well. So you really have 3 options. One is appointing a redistricting advisory committee with an application and appointment by the Board of Supervisors. Now, because it's an advisory committee, they can only present a recommended plan to the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors would then have to take that recommendation, go through the last 3 hearings to approve the final plan, and could make changes. The second option is creating an independent redistricting commission. Now, this process, you would have to appoint an independent body to appoint the commissioners, and that independent commission would have total independence to pass a map without any board intervention or discussion. The final option, the option that most counties are undertaking in this cycle, is a supervisorial driven process. And in this structure, you would have those 5 hearings, and in each of those hearings, there would be an opportunity for the public to engage. The first 2 hearings on communities of interest, and the last 2 on the draft maps. So I just kind of wanted to go through like the different scenarios and the timeline that we would have to undertake to meet the December 15th deadline. So with the RAC, or the Redistricting Advisory Committee, you would approve the process today. You would go through an application and selection process in August. September, the RAC we would train the RAC probably over 3 or 4 meetings to get them up to speed on the redistricting process and all the details. Then in October, the RAC could hold outreach hearings to collect community of interest testimony. They would also need to come up with draft maps to recommend by the end of October, so that in November, they could present those recommended maps to you. You could have at least 2 meetings in November and a final in December. Now, that would be a very, very fast process. I think the hard part with the second option, the Independent Redistricting Commission, is it would even have to be even faster, because you would have to set up an independent body to create a process to select the independent commission, because one of the 2 requirements of an independent commission is the Board of Supervisors has no effect on the selection of the commissioners or the mapping process. So in this scenario, you would probably set up your process in August, then the independent committee would be selected in September. And then in October, November, and December, they would have to be trained. They would have to have a series of outreach meetings. They'd have to have a series of mapping meetings. And at the end of the day, they would have to pass the final plan by December 15th. It would be a very truncated process, probably over about 10 weeks from October 1st to December 15th. The final option, and the option that many counties are going with, is a supervisorial driven process. If you approve that today, then we could have the first public meeting next month in August. You could start outreach hearings through September. And then once the census comes out on September 23rd, we could have draft maps before you in early to mid-October. And then you would have a much more deliberative ability to have a hearing in October on your first draft maps and discuss any changes. We could bring those maps back to you in November for any final changes, or you could pass it at that point. Or if you had made changes in that November 4th meeting, we could come in and pass plans in early December, so you meet that December 15th deadline. Those are the three scenarios. I've only got a couple more slides, so you can ask questions. So again, I think the biggest thing on this is the deadline, is this December 15th deadline. Now, there is some discussion at the legislative level of changing the deadline and moving it into maybe the end to December 31st or into January. But at this point, I think we have to make our decisions based on this December 15th deadline, because you never know what the legislature is going to do, as I'm sure all of you are aware. And I just wanted to go and provide this kind of outline again, if it's a Board of Supervisors driven process, where again, we'd have the first public outreach hearing before you to collect community of interest testimony in August. We'd have a second one in September. The census was come out on September 23rd. So we'd have the third meeting and the first draft hearing in October, the fourth in November, and then final passage in December. And we'd meet the deadline. So that's the, I'm going to stop sharing. I can always bring it back up if people want to go back to a slide, but I'd love to open it up for questions that you guys have.
Well, we do have Supervisor Bushnell has her hand up. So Chris, I think we'll start with that, with her. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you, through the chair. Hi, Chris. So I have a question. If we were to do an independent commission, you said that, how would the appointments be done for an independent commission?
So let's see, is any counties doing it? I don't think any county is doing it this way, but numerous cities are. And what a lot of the cities have done is they've created an internal committee to like run the whole process. Like it could be county staff, it could be, but you have to basically create an independent committee to create the process to select the independent commissioners.
So on the following page, it says the level of autonomy, time required and needed for board involvement. Anyways, it keeps blah, blah, blah. And then it says the Board of Supervisors has two options for making political appointments to an advisory redistricting commission. Each board member can appoint a commissioner.
Right, so that's it. So if you go down the advisory path, so just think of it this way. For the independent commission, the commissioners have to be appointed independently, and the entire process is independent. If you go with the redistricting advisory committee, then you can basically come up with the process you want. Each supervisor can appoint. You could have an application process with interviews. You can really go down whatever pathway you'd like. But at the end of the day, that advisory committee can just recommend plans, right? Or recommend a map. It has to come back, those maps have to come back to the board, and you have to have those mapping hearings basically for the public, and then you guys would vote to approve.
So that would be option advisory commission, and then each board member can appoint a commissioner, but then it still would come back to the board?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Supervisor Bohn. Can you
You're on
unmute?
mute.
Sorry. Hi, Chris. Hey, I noticed you mentioned that no counties were doing it, some cities, and I imagine that's because of the lack of square miles and what they're dealing with and things like that. But what are most of the counties? You've got, I think, 10 counties, 11 counties with you now. But what are the majority of them doing?
So most of them are doing it the process themselves. San Joaquin, San Joaquin and Yolo and Solano counties are all doing forms of a redistricting advisory committee. Some of them are calling them RACs, some of them are calling them ARCs, but they're through an appointment process. The other counties that we're working with are all doing the board-driven process. And I think one thing with the board-driven process that it allows for is that you can continue to have outreach hearings, and one of your outreach hearings can be staff-driven and doesn't have to have the Board of Supervisors involved, and you could have it remote. There's all kinds of options you still have under a board-driven process to increase your outreach ability, and we can work with staff to help facilitate those.
So either of those, it basically comes back to rest on the board, one where the supervisors drive the bus and one where the advisory committee drives the bus, basically, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And with the independent, they're driving completely.
So, Chris, Rex, if you're done, I have a question for Chris whenever you're done.
All yours.
Okay. So, Chris, it's interesting. This is a lot more conversation in the community than, we have a lot of people interested in a lot of our board meeting today. But, I can see the draw of the independent commission, but from what I'm seeing, it's also going to be that would be a really tough time balance for us to even make that happen, it seems to me, because of the process that we'd have to go through. I mean, is that, because then I can see why others are choosing the other paths, because it does make it, I think, makes it easier to make it happen in time. What are your thoughts on that time frame?
I mean, just as an example, so we're working with 2 cities that have independent redistricting commissions, Oakland and Long Beach. Both started their processes, it's now like 16 months ago. Both appointed their commissions in 2021, and they've been meeting since. And like the application processes for both of those cities, I think Long Beach was like 6 months and Oakland was 4. So I think trying to pull off a diverse, well-represented independent redistricting commission is really tough, and a 4 to 6 week process, period. I don't want to say it's impossible. I just think it would be a very, very heavy lift. So I think that's really hard to do. On the redistricting advisory committee, I think you guys, if you went the appointment route and you had people that you knew were interested in really diving into redistricting and probably holding 3 to 4 meetings in August, 3 to 4 meetings in September to get through the work, and into middle October. Most of our redistricting advisory committees have a 7 to 8 hearing structure to go through training and making sure they know exactly what they're doing, what questions to ask, and what to say in the public, because we also want everything conducted in an open process, in an open meeting. But a 7 to 8 hearing structure to get to an advisory map to then provide to the board. So it would still be fast, but I think it's possible. And then I think the easiest one is a board-driven structure. And I think, but thinking about having, so you have the 4 or 5 hearings, right, before the Board of Supervisors, but you could also have additional outreach hearings in the different communities within the county, and they can be staff-run. Redistricting partners can help facilitate and do presentations and et cetera. We can also bring what we love, if they're in person, placemats, or basically a map of the county and giving people dry erase markers and having them draw what maps they like see done. So we can do those kind of things through public outreach in a board-driven process. And I think that's probably the most efficient way of doing it. And remember, every board hearing, like we had before, like we heard this morning, is an opportunity for members of the public to comment both on their communities of interest and then on the maps down the line.
Thank you. I did want to ask Dawn if she had anything she wanted to add, and then I'll go to Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, thanks. Good morning. I think CCRP's role is intended to support public input in the process, support the county, support redistricting partners, and assist with outreach and public engagement and working with the partners to kind of help residents understand the process, what it means, and how they can engage.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn? I mean, not Bohn, Madrone, sorry.
I don't know, it's easy to mix this up.
I have not enough
Certainly
coffee.
So at any rate, you know, in a way, this coming to us right now rather than a year ago has narrowed our choices. I mean, it's kind of like, well, what should we do? Well, you know, the options are kind of narrow. I mean, my preference would be to have a completely independent commission. I think that's what the public would probably prefer, but it doesn't sound like we have the time to do that because it's just now coming to us. And I'm just curious, I know this isn't your responsibility, Chris, but I would have liked to have seen this a year ago where we had, you know, true options in front of us versus a collapsed timeline where one, if not two of the options are going to be extremely difficult to try and implement. So that bothers me a bit in that my choices are being limited in that sense. Now, I do believe that we can pull off either one, but yeah, it certainly looks like a really high bar to try and pull off the independent approach in the timeline we've got left in front of us with deadlines of December. So I'll just say that, and I'm certainly not looking for anybody to solve this because you can't turn time back, right? We are where we are, and we have to move forward. So I recognize that. And if we do end up choosing a board process, I just want to really encourage us as a board to really listen to the community and make our decisions based on what they tell us rather than what we might want to have happen. That's always the danger of a board-led process, right? Where we can listen to everybody, have all these hearings, have all this input that's well facilitated by CCRP and everybody else. But at the end of the day, we make the decision, right? And so, you know, there's often decisions made by the board that don't necessarily line up with the vast majority of the community. So that's a slippery slope there that concerns me. But if we have a really robust process and we really follow what the community is telling us to do, then I could live with that option. I don't know when the appropriate point would be to talk about the process, but I do have a couple of questions about the redistricting process that I wanted to ask. So I'm not sure when the appropriate time for that would be, Madam Chair.
No.
I do, anytime, I suppose. I mean, would that be going to Chris or Don, or who would be able to answer those questions most likely?
I think I can provide some background, and then, you know, if it needs to be answered by county staff, I'll punt to them.
Okay. Go ahead. So Steve, did you have a question you wanted to?
Well, yeah, you know, I hear a lot about this redistricting process being driven around communities of interest. And, you know, Humboldt's an interesting place. I mean, every county is a little different. I don't know a lot about this, and I haven't really studied the issue, but I do know that the way districts have been developed around the state and counties varies tremendously. In Humboldt, to some degree, at least 4 of the districts kind of, you know, pie in to the central population area, McKinleyville through Fortuna, and then have a large chunk of rural area added to them. So, you know, when you think about communities of interest, urban area interests are very different than rural area interests. And we heard some comments today about concerns about, you know, rural livelihoods and how different they really are from urban interests and things like that. So you have 2 very different communities of interest in 4 of the districts in a sense, whereas only 1 district Supervisor Bass district is pretty much urban. You know, it's like one chunk of Eureka. So that's just kind of an interesting element of what our existing districts look like. One of the other things that's interesting is that 4 of the districts, 1 through 4, the vast majority of residents in those districts live in a city. Much more than, more than 50%, up to 60, 70, 80%. In some districts, the constituents live in a city. Whereas in the 5th district, there's only one city, Trinidad, 250 people. So almost the entire 5th district is in the unincorporated areas of the county, which is very unique and almost covers, 2/5 of the county. So anyway, it's going to be really interesting to me to watch the process. I don't want to drive it per se at all. I really want it to be driven by the community, but I just already see some interesting elements around community of interest and, city populations versus unincorporated populations, things like that. So just curious what, how we can unravel all that.
So I think what's great about the Fair Maps Act is it gives us like a list of criteria to kind of go through. And the first one really is from the Constitution is you got to rebalance, right? So you have to rebalance the lines. You have to make sure that each of them are contiguous, the districts, so there's not one district doesn't hop or skip over another. But then the third criteria of the Fair Maps Act is this idea of a community of interest. And with counties, following census places and cities, those can be, and trying to minimize their division is part of the Fair Maps Act. So it kind of, it discusses that. But I think at the end of the day, your discussion on urban, rural, those are 2 vastly different communities of interest. So it's really, redistricting really is just the balancing act of first you have population, and then you have like the trade-offs between what communities to keep intact. And I think depending on what the public input is, some people could say, look, we want Eureka, or we want the cities to basically be split in half. So there's 2 more urban districts and 3 rurals, or whatever. But I think we have to follow kind of the public's input, like you outlined, and having the discussions on how is the best way to represent the full county. And ideally, through this process, with public hearings and public outreach, you will have enough data points on communities of interest and what areas should be kept with what, right? That's another thing that a lot of testimony discusses is what areas that, don't want to be drawn together, right? Or the public coming forward and saying, I don't want to be part of the rural 5th district at all. I want to stay in an urban core. So I think those are the kind of things that will come up throughout the redistricting process. And I know working with Dawn, who's done great work on the census, she already has a vast connection in Humboldt, and so can help make sure that we have good participation throughout the process, and we have those data points so that the board will have, depending on whatever decision you guys do, and whatever process you go through, you'll have that public input to help provide options of that district plan. And I think one of the things that we always try to do with redistricting partners is we love having a redistricting process that's run from a public map that we might tweak a little bit. We might make sure is balanced a little more than the public may be presented, but themed from that public map. And we also like providing boards multiple map options that have show the different trade-offs. So that's the kind of the thumbnail description of the process. But our next presentation will be about an hour, and it will go into all the different criteria in the redistricting process, talking about the census geographies and some more of the trade-offs that you'll be seeing down the road.
Matt, I'd like to follow up, and I think I'm hearing you right, but in the past it's been all about numbers. We saw Supervisor Bohn before he was Supervisor Bohn when he was running. It jumped over his house basically, and you know, so
185 feet.
yeah. So I see a need to have a more refined process for sure. So then it was supposedly by the numbers, but if you're doing the community interest and you're still having balanced those numbers, right?
Right.
To me, that seems, it'll be fascinating to hear how that happens, because I could imagine some that maybe you're too big and you can't put them all in the same place. So then what do you do? And maybe you don't have time for that conversation. It's a curious thought.
But I think that's the kind of the heart of redistricting, is having members come forward and say, if we have to divide this city, let's do it along Main Street. That's the dividing line. Or let's make sure these neighborhoods are kept together, and you can move the rest into another district. Those are the kind of discussions that we'll have. And at the end of the day, you have to make sure that your final lines are within 10% total deviation. So you could have, if you have 100,000 people in an agency with 5 districts, then you can, and the ideal is 20,000 people. You can go up to 2,200 and you can go down to 18,000, sorry, and be within that 10% deviation. So I did the math wrong. It's 21,000 and 19,000, sorry. But you could have those variations and still be legal. And what we always recommend for agencies is that you don't come up with like a really strict 1% deviation, because at the end of the day, if you want to keep a community of interest whole and you need to go to 2% deviation, that's probably a better map, right? Because you're splitting less communities. So giving yourself 5 or 6% total deviation between the smallest and largest district can help alleviate some of that problem, right, of having to split a community of interest.
Rex?
So, I guess the big thing in the world, which is the best option to, I guess this is to alleviate gerrymandering and considering, like Supervisor Bass said, how well I got to live it 10 years ago. We even had lines changed the night before the supervisorial meeting, I remember. What's the best option, so the public has input, we have input. Because we're put in the hot seat to make this happen. So what's the best? I'm not worried about time. You get things done. You don't plan ahead for emergencies. You just get them done. So I'm not worried that much about it. Which is the best one where we actually have some input and an independent, group that that represents each one, somebody from each one of our districts, is on there to advise and they bring back. What are you suggesting? Because you've thrown a lot of stuff against the wall. What would you like to see stick and what works best for the public?
I think having the Redistricting Advisory Committee is a great pathway to go down, because you can all appoint a member. The committee can then do community of outreach hearings. But I think given where we are in July and that we have to be done by December, I think if you had a board-driven process and you had a series of maybe outreach hearings in each of your districts, that could be the best of both worlds. Because at the end of the day, the advisory committee just recommends maps. They don't have final approval. So at the end, the maps are going to come back to you for a final decision. So I think basically kicking off the redistricting process with the board, having a series of outreach meetings around the county as robust as possible, starting I think in September and into October when school starts up again. I think that would be a very a good public option, where there would be ample opportunity for the public to participate and be within the timeline. And I know we can get anything done, but I think the hard part about a redistricting advisory committee is you've got to get them up to speed on some very difficult elements of the law and the process, and that time it takes time. And so a rushed redistricting advisory committee process, you might not end up having the amount of outreach that you could have with a board-driven process, because you guys could have staff go out, select locations in each of the districts, and with CCRP and Dawn have hopefully a pretty good attendance at those outreach hearings in September, October.
Yeah, I would hope. Having gone through the last one, it was like nobody showed up. I mean, a few times there were a few people there.
Yeah.
And Rex was shaking her head, so I don't know. Maybe there was some that had some more, but it just seemed like often I felt like I was in the room and there was nobody else really wanting to engage. So
Well, one thing I learned in the census is sometimes it's better to go to where the people are. So reaching out to organizations that already have like a large membership that would be interested in having like a redistricting outreach hearing, and that you invite other community members as well to their meeting and use it for attendance purposes and for input. Sometimes I think when we set a date and a time and we just assume people are going to show up, and they've got busy lives, so we have to be cognizant of it. But I'm sure Dawn has something.
And I just wanted one quick thing before, I see Supervisor Bushnell has her hand up too. So when those meetings go into the community, or when, we're doing that, does the board run those meetings, or are we there with you guys to help elicit the information? I'm just kind of curious, because I know that our staff is really overwhelmed already. So
I mean, the way we normally do it is that those would be like the county staff would get the facilities, and then we would work with Dawn to basically staff them. Ideally, we'd have a county staff member in attendance, just to help facilitate everything. But then we would kind of run the show of like provide the presentation so they understand what a community of interest is and the questions to answer. And if they're in person, we'd pass out placemats for them to draw their own maps, right? We'd also, I believe you guys are going to go with a public mapping tool. So we could even do a demonstration of Districtor to the public, so they could go home and draw lines or draw community of interests at home on their computer. So we would help run the meetings, but usually county staff would secure the location and kind of the sound system or whatever we need.
Thank you. And Supervisor Bushnell, and then Dawn, I didn't know if you wanted to add to that, but I will go to Supervisor Bushnell first.
Thank you, through the chair. So, Chris, I'm wondering, as I'm reading this, maybe I'm understanding it wrong, but if we did an independent commissions, are we restricted to use the political appointment option?
You can't do it. Yeah. So again, an independent commission has to be appointed independently from the Board of Supervisors. So you have to have a complete outside process to appoint the commissioners. And then the maps are passed by the independent commission with no input from the board.
Okay.
So, Dawn, did you want to add anything in all this conversation? Since it sounds like you're going to do a lot of the work.
Yeah, I think, our goal would be to work with the county, work with redistricting partners to create a, intentional strategy to engage input from the various communities and residents. And we can always be improving upon that and striving for as much, robust public input as possible. So I would see us, building on the partners that we worked with during the census count, and then looking at what we learned from the census outreach and areas we could improve and do better, and have that process for getting public input as transparent as possible and inclusive as possible.
Are there any other questions at the moment for Rex?
I guess what I want to ask, I want to have supervisorial involvement for the reason Don just said, transparency. Mainly because I lived it 10 years ago, and that was the most untransparent, muddied water that I've ever seen. And I would hate to see that happen again, or, you know, because there is great involvement. People have been sending me emails, and groups are sending out emails saying, hey, we've got to get involved in this. So there are people out there worried about the process, and, you know, actually, you know, wanting it to go their way or that way and everything else. I mean, we're looking at a county that's probably only going to have our smallest gain on history over a 10-year period. So, I don't know if we're going to even, except for community interest, if we're going to move things around. But I still want to have my 2 cents worth, and I would like to appoint somebody. I think I'd like to have somebody that we appoint from each district representing us and looking out for the interests of our people in our community. And much like, yeah, I know the community outreach, we've done this during budget. You can flood a room with 40 people from a certain, you know, scope of business saying, hey, we need this, but we all have, you know, 28,000 plus that we represent, that we have to represent, not just who shows up at the meeting. It's who calls us before the meeting, we see on the streets when we're out and about every day and stuff like that. So I just think our involvement needs to be in here if you want to reach full transparency.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. When you on the topic of advisory committees, I actually think it, you know, if we each got to appoint one person, I'd actually prefer it be perhaps not necessarily have to be from our district. I know some people who are really into this whole process and have ideas, and it's hard because from the one hand you're going, yes, this is the district I represent, but this is a whole different process. So it's interesting. I'm just curious about the different ways of putting together advisory committees and what has been seen. You know, what is most likely, you know, maybe it's Chris who had seen most of those that have come forward, but it doesn't sound like you're seeing that. You're getting more the supervisor driven ones.
Well, so the number of in a RAC varies. So Solano actually has a 15-member RAC. There are 3 appointees from each district. Yolo County has 7. They do 1 from each district and then 2 at large from anywhere. And then San Joaquin does 2 from every district. So you can also, you know, and all of those were voted on and appointed in a public hearing. So you can have different options. One of the cities that's doing a redistricting advisory committee, the whole council voted on the RAC submissions from each of the districts that they're in. So you can really go in a different, you know, in any option, in any way to appoint as you'd like. So it's very open. And I think the one thing to realize, again, right, if you're going to go through with a RAC process, is that these people need to be committed to probably, I don't know, like at least 8 hearings and maybe some outreach hearings on Saturdays. And the bulk of their work would be from like August, maybe mid-August, through the end of October. And that would be, so maybe a meeting every other week and maybe a couple Saturdays here and there.
Is everyone ready for us to go out to the public for a little bit, and then we'll come back to this group. If you're interested, please do press *9 to raise your hand. And we do have 1 speaker, so we'll start in that direction. 7454. Press *6 to unmute, and you'll have your 3 minutes, Kent.
So, you know, I agree with Virginia. Last time I didn't even know I was being put into the 3rd district. I think I went down to the polling place and found out I was no longer in the 5th, or maybe I heard when they said that thing. Your interest in this, other than specialty groups that wants to go ahead and do something politically to their own benefit, probably will be next to zero. I'm going to speak as best I can for the public. We'd rather have the supervisors and politicians not touch this process in any way, shape, or form. Probably time to hire a consultant, maybe this firm or some other one. Have them use their best science, their best thing. Stay within your 1%. Bring forward a proposal that you think's good. Run it before the people, and keep the politicians out of this. It's the last thing we want to see. I do have a major concern, being quite aware. First thing we'd like to see is we'd like to see the census statistics by district, so we know how much things are moving around. If that could be published on a website immediately or prior to the next discussion you have on, that would be appreciated. Sounds like you're going to do that. And then henceforth, personally, my best guess is populations increased mostly in McKinleyville. Same as last time, you're going to be shrinking the 5th district, probably going all the way up through Fieldbrook or something like that to try and bounce things back out. Be lucky to get your population in that thing. That's the major change that I see within the county. And now we come down to something that should happen. Personally, if I was in the 5th district and I was being put into the 3rd district, I would like to see the ability to have a special election where the 3rd district supervisor would come back up for election. So I would have a chance to be represented by somebody I voted for 2 years. In my case, I'm going to be very direct. I find Mike Wilson not to be responsive to people in the 3rd district. I have many complaints regarding lack of communication, returning phone calls, and I'd hate to see that forced upon somebody else as far as even for 2 years. So you may consider having special elections anywhere where there is a major shift of voters that you see in this, and put that on the ballot during the next election cycle here, rather than having them wait 2 years. We'd like to see hands off by the politicians, hands off by special interest groups. Just use your consultants and professionals to do the job within a 1% tolerance and bring it to us. And there's a very good chance those of us who are interested, and I don't know if anybody else will speak that is interested, will pay a little attention, and that's about all you may get out of this process. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Okay, next, we're going to go to the last 4 digits of 7108. Just press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi,
welcome.
This is Bonnie Blackberry. I just wanted to encourage having community meetings. The 2nd district, if you had a community meeting on the north end of it and the south end, because we're really different communities of interest. So, and getting out as much information ahead of time and of what the options, what the numbers are, and stuff like that. And the meetings, whenever possible, to have them so people could either listen to them or watch them on Zoom if they can't attend in person. Yeah, so I think it's really important to have robust public outreach. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you, Bonnie. And then we have 3053 with you, Thomas. Welcome.
Good morning, Thomas Smolder again. Wow, I agree with quite a bit of what Kent said, which I don't find myself say too often. But I think it really should be a public process, and especially, I'll call it what it is. I'm highly concerned of the 3rd district having too much input, especially with the overall underlying general plan update that isn't public process. I would really, really like to see this redistricting process hopefully include some people that might make great supervisors one day. And please keep it as open and public as possible, because the re-election or the special election is a great idea. That's better than my idea of a recall election coming up for that district. So Please keep it public.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. All right. That appears to be the last of our public speakers. We'll go back to the board. And, I wanted to go back to, well, I can understand the public, the desire of making it solely out of the hands of the supervisors. At the same time, we've been hearing from Chris that would be extraordinarily difficult, I think, for us to accomplish, given that we won't have the numbers even until the September something or other.
September 23rd is the current estimate.
So we don't even have we have no clue what it looks like other than what we think it might look like.
Well, I can actually provide the board with maps with the estimated ACS population. So it can show your current district lines with an estimated population. It's another census product. It's a survey. So we don't know how close it will be to the 2020 census. We're hoping it's close. But we won't know for sure, and we won't be able to really draw lines on a map until, after the final release on the 23rd of September.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, my question is to Chris again. So if we vote for an advisory commission, then we could ask for a political appointment from the Board of Supervisors for each seat. And who else would be the partners? It would be your consulting firm, or would we have to request that? Or
no, we've been contracted.
Okay.
I believe, Naftali, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we've already been contracted to work on the process with Dawn and with CCRP. But we would basically be staffed to the RAC. And of course to you as well.
So I just want to clarify. So advisory commission, we appoint, each board member can appoint somebody that doesn't have to be in our district. And then the other two partners would be yourself, the county.
No, it would just the Redistricting Advisory Committee would be made up of residents of Humboldt, whoever you guys appoint. We would be just there to facilitate the meetings, to provide the trainings to the committee, to help them draw draft maps, and basically advise them throughout the process. We would never put our thumb on the scale and say, you should do this or you should do that. We're just there to help guide and be a vendor,
Okay. Thank you. And then the role of CCRP, Dawn, could you, if we did the advisory commission, what would be the role of the CCRP?
So whatever option you choose, the role of CCRP will be to support public outreach, public engagement, and getting as many residents involved in the process as possible. Okay. Naftali, is that all correct according to your understanding?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. Just to provide some kind of a broad overview, Chris and the team at Redistricting Partners really provides the backbone in terms of understanding the legal structure, facilitating meetings, processing data, working with that come in from public comment. Dawn and her team at CCRP are really the outreach and community engagement arm. And so regardless of the type of committee or commission you choose or whether to lead it yourself, they will be performing those roles throughout this process. And so the community engagement piece will be there regardless of the option you choose to lead the overall process through now and December 15th. So does that help clarify?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So I think I would like to take a stab at a motion if I could and just see where we go. So I would like to make a motion that we go with an advisory commission made up of Board of Supervisors selection, not within district. And I don't know if I need to clarify the motion, but that's what I would like to make a motion towards.
One or two.
Excuse me?
One or two.
Could I ask? I think one. I think one. I think two is going to be hard. That would be 10. One choice.
And no at large.
And no at large. 5 member.
That makes it fairly nimble. You better pick somebody that'll show up though.
Well, you want, well.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just saying that I like 5. I just make sure you get somebody that shows up.
Do I have a second? Is that a second, Rex?
Second, that was a second.
Thanks. And then we can go from there.
Clarification, sorry.
No, thank you. Yeah, and my question would be to Chris. So regarding choosing people, is there a list of criteria that we would want each one of us to kind of be aware of what type of people we might be, looking for?
I think for the advisory committee, there isn't like a set standard, but a lot of cities and counties that are going with the RACs, basically it's about excluding certain folks, like anybody in your household or your political consultant or, somebody, directly connected to you or your campaign. Those are usually the thing, kind of the restrictions. But I think what you're looking for really is someone that can represent your district or Humboldt or whoever, a community of interest that's important for this process, that works well with others and can, and that is open really to learn a kind of a complex legal process that has a lot of like geospatial reasoning involved.
Okay, thank you. I saw Alicia, your face popped up. Did you want to add something? I mean, acting CIO Hayes.
No, I just wanted to be sure you knew I was present and ready to respond if you had any questions of me. But what we can do is return next week with an item for your board to make those appointments. I think you should take a little bit of time to ponder that. And we can finalize that and then be ready to hit the ground running in August.
Would that need to be included? I'm sorry, through the chair.
Okay.
Would I need to include that in my motion to bring back next week?
I don't think it has to be included in it. Okay. Alicia, do you think? Or wait, Jefferson just waved at us when Jefferson waves his hand, we listen.
Through the chair, I just had a question about the motion. I believe the intention was that the 5 supervisors would pick 5 appointees that would not be tied to any particular district.
Yes.
Okay.
That's how I heard it.
It was a little complicated because then you talked about not having at-large members, but essentially I think they would all be sort of at-large members.
Correct.
Okay. And then I think staff understands your direction. I don't know that you need to make it part of the motion.
Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone, you've been patient there. Did you want to add any comment, Terry?
I support the motion. I'm glad we're going this route. Thank you both.
Okay. Well, we have a motion that's been seconded and there doesn't appear to be additional conversation. So Tracy, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
All right, thank you. And thank you to both Chris and Dawn for being with us and Naftali today. You don't have to stay with us for the rest though. So we will now move on to our, I believe our public hearing, first public hearing. And it comes to us from the Planning and Building Department, and it's regarding amendments to the inland zoning regulations, building code, and local coastal program amendments for accessory dwelling units. So I'd like to open the public hearing, which I just did, and I'll ask Director Ford to direct it from here.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good morning, John Ford with Planning and Building. Joining me is Michael Richardson and Mary Milner. And this, as you mentioned, is a modification both to the inland ADU ordinance to clean up and clarify some provisions, and also to make some modifications to the ADU provisions in the coastal zone and also to modify the LCP. We will go through these with you. I think Ms. Milner will go through them and explain it to you, but I'm wondering, do we need to initiate the first reading or is it adequately covered in the title?
And ask County Council Billingsley, because normally he'll pop on if it's not.
Through the chair, I reviewed them, and the language in the published agenda is the same as the ordinance title, so you do not need to read it.
Thank you. So, Ms. Miller.
Well, good morning, supervisors and members of the public. As Director Ford said, we are proposing amendments to the inland ordinance that was passed in September. They're minor text amendments, and we think improvements to make them more usable. I'm going to share a screen with you. And hopefully you're able to see that. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay. So besides the inland, we also are transmitting a local coastal program amendment to the Coastal Commission after some revisions they requested. So to recap how we got here, September 1st of 2020, the Inland Accessory Dwelling Unit was approved by your board or adopted by your board. And also the LCP, our draft LCP was approved for transmittal to the Coastal Commission. So since October 1st of 2020, the Inland Ordinance has been operating and the planning staff has been utilizing it. And then we actually made the transmittal to the Coastal Commission on December 15th of 2020. And we've gone through a couple rounds of revisions. The results of those revisions are contained in these amendments. So before the board in your materials, the attachments 1, 2, and 3 address the inland zoning ordinance and the building codes. Attachments 4 and 5 are the resolution, changes to the coastal plans, and the coastal ADU ordinance. And I'm prepared to go into as much detail to answer questions as you request. Right now, I would just like to go briefly through and not go into too much detail because I just want to highlight the few changes that are actually substantial. So on this screen, I've listed everything that the inland ordinances do, some of which are just clarifications and explanations regarding the size limits on ADUs. They don't really change the operation of the code. They simply explain it and make it more clear to the public for use. The only substantial change in the inland is, or actually it's in the building code, and that is we've made an exception to the alternative owner builder code. At present, there's a limit of 1 permit every 2 years for alternative owner builder built residences. And this amendment would allow an additional permitting of an ADU. So you could basically permit an AOB primary residence and ADU at the same time instead of having to wait 2 years. So that's pretty much encapsulates what those amendments are about. And the second part is the local coastal program, which consists of the coastal land use plans, 6 of them, and the zoning ordinance. Most of the changes that were recommended by the Coastal Commission have to do with explanations of the CD coastal development permit process. So we added some language there. There was a lot of cross-reference and definition cleanup. But as far as actual substantial changes from our last draft, the last item on this list talks about those two things. One is, in our last draft, we only prohibited ADUs on prime ag soil on AE and AEP designated parcels. And as of this, in this iteration, ADUs are prohibited on prime ag soils in all land use designations, all agricultural designations. And the other change is the Coastal Commission has requested that we add some elements to the definition of the 2-acre residential curtilage area on timberlands so that it includes basically driveways and some other items. Again, this may be somewhat implied in previous language, but it's more explicit and defined in this language. So it's basically more protective of ag lands where there's recommendations that kind of affect the operation of the ordinance. And that sort of, in a nutshell, is what we were doing.
Okay, well, if you want to stop sharing your screen, I'm sure there's some questions or comments. Supervisor, oops, I thought Supervisor Bohn raised his hand, but maybe not. Okay.
Yeah, well, since you brought me, bro. Hey, John, outside of the coastal plan, how many ADUs are we currently permitting, or how many people are taking advantage of this option?
Don't have an exact number on that. Michael, perhaps you do. I know that we've seen a tremendous uptick in the number of second or accessory dwelling units.
Yeah, we typically approve 12 ADUs per year, and this last year we've taken in applications for 25. So basically a doubling of the number of ADU permits are being requested.
How many have closed? Have any come to fruition rather than just opening the process? Do you know?
Yeah, normally we approve all of the building permits that get submitted for ADUs.
No, I understand that, but how many finals have we done?
Yeah, I don't think those permits have been finalized yet.
Okay.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to thank staff for their work on this, both bringing the original ordinance up and the cleanup language here too. Great stuff. Glad to hear there's an uptick in applications. I think we're going to see a lot more over time as the word gets out. And ultimately, I hope someday we can do a separate ordinance or whatever we need to do to further incentivize rainwater collection and storage for parcels where people could be living if they can do storage. You know, I mean, the island community of Hawaii, the whole country of Cuba gets like 2 months of rain and they have to store it for the other 10 months. So this is not anything unusual. And it really does provide opportunity for more housing. I know there's lots of issues about sprawl and this and that, but I'm one of those people that actually think it's okay for people to live in the woods. And along with that, the waterless toilets. I know it's not part of this agenda item, so I won't carry on any further, but I do want to keep that in our view as we move forward on incentivizing housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Any other supervisors at this moment? There's one hand up in the public that I'll go over to, we'll open the public comment portion of this item, this hearing, and then we'll come back to the board. So we have one hand up. If you're interested in commenting on this item, please press, well, if you haven't called in already, call in, but press *9 to raise your hand. So our first speaker is 7454, followed by 3053.
Hello, this is Kent Sawatsky. Can you hear me, Virginia?
Yes.
So, I found this a little bit interesting. Of course, I got on the phone actually just a few minutes ago to see if Mark Delaney was happy with this particular outlook. There's quite a future. I know you haven't got any permits done. I mean, the permits are done, but you don't have any finals. But I see this as a major future. I did have a real question on consistency here. You're not allowing these on prime ag soils or AE, I heard, or something to that. I'd like clarification on that. And my question is why? In other words, let's say, well, if you have farm workers, I think you can put farm worker housing, in other words, that same AE soil, unless I'm incorrect, and John Ford can correct me, I'd appreciate an answer out of him. You could put 30 units of dwelling units on AE soil if it's farm related. Why should a family, and maybe this maybe I'm misunderstanding this, why should a family not be able to put that additional unit on there for their children or for their parents or something just because they happen to be on AE soil? That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that's really looking toward the rural attitude. Strongly support everything Supervisor Madrone said regarding the need to get other sources of the toilets and other sources of rain catchment to enable people to live rurally in appropriate places and enjoy that rural thing, and also to be able to have their mother-in-law units or whatever. So I do question that part. Maybe that would be an amendment in the future if I'm correct, but I'd like to see that looked at and possibly addressed by your staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you. Our next speaker is 3053. Welcome.
Good morning, still. Tom Smolder here. I appreciate staff and the way that they've gone about this ADU policy. I think it's going to come to fruition, especially once you pass the AOB availability for a primary and secondary residence. I don't support the ADU being restricted on ag land because I think families should have the right and ability to have a second housing unit for family members. Other thing I'm questioning is I don't believe the intent of the 2 acres was to include driveways and all that stuff on TPZ land. I have a serious problem with that. What's your definition of driveway? Because, you know, you could have probably an acre of driveway to get to the right parcel. I think it's kind of, those 2 things are kind of anti-sprawl. And if you don't support anti-sprawl, I'd think about maybe changing that up before you pass this today. Other thing to think about on TPZ lands, there's a lot of TPZ lands that are naturally have different terrace areas. So it might actually convert more timberland to put an ADU in the same area and have to push some grading where you could have them disconnected from each other, but not overly impacting the timberlands. So I know staff has done a lot of work. They did a really good job at outreaching. I support the ADU policy. I just think you should, before passing that today, you should get some clarification. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Right. Thank you, Thomas. And we have one final speaker that has a hand up, and that's 0150. So welcome. All right, 0150. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
All right, finally, this is the second time I did *6. But anyway, so here we are with this whole rural living, and there's so much that has happened for so many decades that has worked well, that has made people very happy, made their life and their family and bringing their family up very rich. And I think that we really need to build on that. So instead of trying to recreate something strange area in such a strange path, people are saying you can't live on the floodplain, but people have been living on the floodplain for 50 years. And you can't live on the floodplain and you can't grow anything on the floodplain when it's the best soil that there is in Humboldt County. So it's really not very consistent, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So maybe we could have some small groups that got together and talked about what's going on, what's working, what's not working, and the use of, it's been over 15 years that we've been talking about composting toilets and rain catchment systems and and dry farming, all that stuff. So I don't know what's taking so long for us to figure that out, but I would like very much to be a part of a small group that then comes together with other small groups to talk about what has been working for 50 years and what we can do to make sure that people have a place to live. People come to me every single day. They've heard that I'm a compassionate person. Every single day, people call me, come to the store to get some housing. There's no housing here, so we really need to make housing available. Thank you.
Thank you, Dottie. And there are no other hands up. So I'm going to close the public comment portion of this hearing and go back to the board. And I did want to ask, yes, Director Ford, you might have a clarification or two.
Yes, thanks, Chair Bass. I do want to clarify that when the reference was not just to AE, the reference was to prime mag soils in the coastal zone. So that's not a modification that we're making here relative to the inland portion of the ordinance that is only coastal. And one of the things that we do is that we work with the Coastal Commission staff who tries to help us understand where the Coastal Commission is at in terms of adopting these ADUs up and down the street, or up and down the state, not the street, but the state, the whole state. And so these changes really are intended to reflect what the Coastal Commission itself will expect to see. And they do want to protect farmland. So we're not saying that you can't develop a second unit. We're just saying that with respect to developing second units in the coastal zone, it needs to be off prime agricultural soils, prime soils. So I know that's a little bit confusing that there's two different sets of regulations, the inland and the coastal, but that's really what it comes down to. The modifications to the inland portion of the ordinance, as Ms. Milner pointed out, were really very minor. The biggest change there is not even to the ADU ordinance itself. The biggest change is to the building code, which allows for an alternative owner builder to build a primary unit and a second unit, even at the same time. And so that's a huge change. And that really is oriented to attempt to encourage development of these second units, development of housing. And then I'll just respond to one more point. You know, agricultural housing is treated as an agricultural activity by state law. And so it's treated differently. And so I just would, in response to that query, state that. And what we're trying to do here is just simply be consistent with what the Coastal Commission will expect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Ford. All right, so back to the board. If there's any additional questions or a motion to proceed, we can certainly do that as well.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions. Okay. Well, in that case, Tracy, can you please do a roll call vote?
Sure, Chair Bass. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes, please.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
All right, so we will now close that public hearing. And am I right that we don't have anything till 12:30 now, or am I missing part of the agenda? And we have to come back at 12:30 to announce those items, correct?
Yes, Chair. The rest of the items are time set.
All righty.
What?
Yes, Supervisor Bohn?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. All righty then. Well, this is a highly unusual moment, but we've got a really busy afternoon. So enjoy the next almost 2 hours of time you just got back. And we'll be back here at 12:30. Ainsley to brief us on the items.
Thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session on 3 items. They are all existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. The first is the case of Anderson versus Heinrich et al., case number 420 CV 0806867 YGR. The second is the case of North Coast Environmental Center et al. Versus County of Humboldt, case number CV 2100518. And the last is the case of Conzo versus City of Eureka et al., case number 121 CV 04480-RMI.
All right, we'll go to the public. There are a few members of the public. I see no hands up. Oh, okay, there is one hand, and then we will go to closed session. 7454, you have 3 minutes.
So Ken Sawatsky here, back for a closed session. I want to comment first on number 2. I think North Coast Environmental Center is Larry Glass's organization. I strongly support them in Audubon. Unlike EPIC, they're not a faux environmental group. I think you should settle with them. I think they're the watchdog for our environment. And I would find it most unusual they wouldn't have total grants for litigation. And if you're out there, Larry, if you need any money for your litigation, let me know. The first and third ones, those appear to be federal cases, possibly the same as that one case that you guys settled out before. I think $42,000 was at Kara Owsley or something like that. 42, if I recall, you had to pay on that one. So I don't know. I can't tell from what this is why you're not named in there directly, but you're obviously in et al. And it just appears to be those same kind of cases. It's unfortunate. We seem to have those coming down the pipe, maybe with a change of attitude, hopefully, and treating your employees better. If that's the case, you will avoid those litigations. And maybe the whole approach of Amy Nielsen to bully people out left with Amy. So hopefully that's the case, and we will not continue to be sued. So I'd settle all those things out as quick as you can. And that's my perspective on your closed session for today. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right. Supervisor Bushnell, did you want to, there's no more public comment that I see there.
I do just want to respond to Kent briefly. Kent, I think we're all playing by the rules now. I'd appreciate it if you didn't name our staff. It's not very professional. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for doing that, Supervisor Bushnell. So with that, we will adjourn into closed session.
I haven't read this yet.
Okay, well, I think we can get started with asking for a report out of closed session. Jefferson, I'll go with that route first.
Thank you, Chair. On item L1, the board voted 4-1 with Supervisor Bohn voting no to authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with the Mitchell Bristol firm for defense of the case and authorize county counsel to sign a conflict waiver. On item L3, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with Mitchell Bristol to defend the case and authorize county counsel to sign a conflict waiver. Item L2 is being continued until after the public hearing.
All right, thank you. Well, I'll start on this. I am assuming we will have our last supervisor with us shortly, but all right, so we do have a 1:30 time set. And I apologize for this long, reminder as we start this, but for those of you who are watching, if you plan on commenting on this item, can call in now and press *9 so that we know that you want to talk. It's a lot easier for myself and staff to keep track of people. I see a lot of people have already, I think, taken advantage of that and learned from last time, so I do appreciate that. Turn the volume off your video feed if you are planning on being on the commenting on this item. The video feed is behind the audio feed, and if you are watching video, you could lose your opportunity to speak just by because it's a really confusing time lag. Also, in an effort to clear up some of the confusion that seems to be have been out there, we will have public comment today. Reopening of the public comment period is not required in this case, but I think it's in everyone's best interest. Additionally, the chair could limit public comment to only the new information, but that is not my intent either. If you wish to talk about what you talked about last time, that's fine, but we really want to hear the additional thoughts you have. And because there is a great deal of interest in this, and I did speak to some people from both teams, that we will have 2-minute time limits for everyone that's calling in under public comment. Let's see, what else did I want to say? So I think that's kind of the preface on it. And so with this, I'd like to open this public hearing. But before we do, I do want to ask each board member if they've had additional ex parte communication since our last meeting. And I can go first, or I'll just start actually. Supervisor Bohn, have you had any additional ex parte communication? You might want to turn on your microphone though. I can't read lips.
I did talk with Jordan Main and Lane Debris on 2 different things. I was asking about EcoSorb, and then I asked another question, I think, about the trail. And then I had multiple phone calls from people from the neighborhood who, I guess I could name all their names, but and multiple emails from them.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Well, just from the appellant directly, there's a couple questions related to process, and I forwarded those to John Ford. And that also, notwithstanding emails and from community members.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell?
I had a conversation initiated by Lane and Jeff Smith, I believe is his last name. I also had a conversation with CDFA on smell. I also had multiple email conversations, not conversations, but emails that I responded to very simply. I also had phone messages that I didn't answer from the appellants.
Okay. Supervisor Madrone?
Oh, wait, one more thing. Director Ford and I have had multiple conversations, and I requested some information from him on smell, which he's part of this, so I don't think it matters, but just being all, yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone? Are you there? Okay, I'll go. I'm sure he'll show up. I had an early conversation with Jeff Smith, one of the folks on the applicants team, regarding the date of the hearing, because there was a lot of confusion and concern over when this hearing was going to be. I spoke to both Mr. DeVries and Mr. Cotton last night regarding the process that we're going to go through today. They both requested time to speak, and we settled on 15 minutes, so they're both aware of that. Also had mentioned that the public comment period was going to be open, and that I was planning 2 minutes. I also spoke to Supervisor Doss Williams in Santa Barbara, and also a neighbor of some of the groves of the projects out there. And I think that was it for mine. So Supervisor Madrone, and then back to Supervisor Bushnell.
I have had no ex parte communications on this project since the last hearing.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
I did receive an email from the applicant's attorney. I didn't respond to it, but I did receive one. And then also I had a brief conversation with the supervisor from Santa Barbara.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, and I think we all got a lot of very thoughtful emails. So just because I didn't mention emails, and we all definitely had them. Supervisor Wilson?
Not ex parte, but I did want to acknowledge the movement of the schedule around a bit. I just want to thank everybody for being as flexible as they could be. I had a meeting this morning with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management associated with offshore wind energy for local stakeholders. And so I appreciate everyone helping me out with that. Thanks.
All right. And so before I actually officially open the public hearing, I did want to mention that this is how I expect this to work. We'll see how it is. After opening the public hearing, we'll have a staff report. The appellant and applicant will both get 15 minutes, public comment, and then back to the board, and then the board can ask questions if we have questions to ask, we can, but whomever we ask, just answer the question that is asked and not add additional information. All right, so with this, this public hearing comes to us from Planning and Building. It's regarding the appeal of the Planning Commission actions to approve the Arcata Land Company LLC conditional use permit. So I am officially opening the public hearing, and I'd like to turn this over to Director Ford for the staff report, and he can give it to whomever he wants for the staff report, like Rodney.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Actually, it's going to be me. We were anticipating that this was going to be a really short presentation, and I will endeavor to keep it short. But there are a couple things that we want to point out. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. And I presume you're seeing the appeal, showing appeal of the Arcata Land Company on today's date. And this was continued from the June 22nd, 2021 meeting with direction to staff to research the effectiveness of odor control, and particularly talking to Santa Barbara County. We were also directed to discuss adding conditions that were discussed by the board relative to phasing, bike and pedestrian easements, the potential of having those dedicated along Foster Avenue, the placement of an organic easement east of the cultivation area, and the possibility of providing solar power. So we did have a conversation with Santa Barbara County, and Santa Barbara County has been in the process of approving large cultivation sites. 8 acres there would not be large, and they have been struggling with odor. Their struggle is that they've actually only approved 2 sites. And so there's still a lot of sites that are operating under a temporary or provisional license. And so there's a lot of sites that are unregulated relative to odor. One of the things that they did identify was that for sites that are operating under a provisional permit, that if they voluntarily use the buyer's scientific technology, that they would not be subject to code enforcement action relative to odor. They did identify that there are greenhouses that they've been in that on the inside has the strong odor of cannabis, but on the outside it can't be smelled. So they do believe that the odor control technology does work. They're primarily looking right now at a combination of using carbon scrubbers and vapor phase technology. And one of the other things that they've begun to do is require a condition of approval that requires an industrial hygienist to be reviewing the odor control plan. And it's also important to understand that vapor phase technology was identified in their environmental impact report as being something that was adequate for odor control. And so this is something that was evaluated as part of their ordinance. It is being implemented and is kind of a normal cause of action for them at this point. A lot of their cultivation sites are very close, sometimes within 30 to 50 feet of adjacent residences. And so their odor issues are very, very real. But I think the bottom line is that they find that the odor control technology does work, and they're relying upon that as they move forward in permitting cultivation sites. The other thing the board asked us to do was to look at possible conditions to impose. And we did have those conversations with the applicant. The applicant was more willing to consider things if they kind of had an understanding of what the board was thinking in terms of what the approval would look like. So what we did is we put the conditions into the narrative of the staff report, and there is a recommended condition or a condition that's proposed that could be inserted into the conditions of approval if the project is approved, to require either a public trail easement and then also a conservation open space easement or a solar power system. We did not propose a condition for phasing, given the fact that the idea of phasing was based upon whether or not the project could be approved and the odor controlled and have that demonstrated as part of the first phase. We found that the literature shows in Santa Barbara County, San Luis Obispo County, in a different application relative to wastewater treatment and also landfills, that this technology does work in those applications in San Diego as well. And so this application is being widely used. And so the understanding is that if it comes to odor, that can be controlled through conditioning. And we did recommend 4 new conditions. We modified condition number 10 to require that a neighborhood odor response plan be developed to give the neighborhood an immediate contact at the cultivation site in the event that there is odor. And then we also recommended that that 4 new conditions: 1, that the cannabis be enclosed and that the greenhouses be constructed in such a way that in order to enter the cultivation area, you go through a vestibule or some other kind of room, so that you're not opening a door immediately into the cultivation area, that there has to be a passageway through. And both of those areas would in condition 23 be required to be odor controlled. And the odor control is using both activated carbon filter scrubbers and also the vapor phase technology. That would be new condition number 23. A new condition number 24 would require that the technology be maintained and kept in good operating condition. And then one of the things that we thought was appropriate is to have an adaptive condition, that if all else fails, we don't believe it is, but we want to make sure that there is no odor for the neighborhood, for the neighbors, that if there is, that the county has the ability to stop cultivation until that's resolved. And so that's new condition number 25. One of the things that we've seen is that there are concerns with the use of EcoZorb related to potential health effects. This has been addressed. As I mentioned earlier, Santa Barbara County addressed it in their EIR. They've also had their air pollution control district opine on that, and they found that there's nothing within the components of it. They were able to actually look at the components and find that there's nothing there that would be listed as being hazardous material. Unfortunately, they have not put that into a document that has a county seal on it. It has been said publicly. You will find it in the press. You can Google it and find it in the press where the air pollution control district is quoted, but they've not formally put that under their logo. There was another study. This is by CPF Associates. This is available on the internet, studying the EcoZorb. And this specifically mentions Bayer's scientific technology. And the conclusion of the study is that it would not be expected to pose any public health concerns. If you read this study, you'll find that they took an extremely conservative approach. One of the other things that often comes up is that why is it the neighborhood's responsibility to have to monitor things? And so one of the ideas that we want to propose at a little bit of a late hour is a new condition number 26 that would require the applicant to allow the county planning and building department to inspect without advance notice. And so we proposed this, that we would be able to go out during working hours, perform an inspection, and that we would do at least 4 of those a year, or as many as needed if there is any kind of an issue that needs to be resolved, that this would give us the ability to go out and monitor. With that, we continue to recommend approval, that you adopt the findings contained in the resolution, adopt the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, deny the appeal, approve the conditional use permit, and adopt the mitigation monitoring reporting plan. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Hey, are there any questions for staff right now? All right, well, I think, is the appellant on for to start their 15 minutes? I'm not sure who is, there they are.
Ah, perfect.
All righty, well, and I know Rebecca's got a timer, but I got my timer too, so welcome, Jim. And
Well,
turn it over to you.
First of all, I would like to thank the entire board through this lengthy process for their patience and due diligence. Especially like to thank Michelle for your identifying the topics related to public health, public well-being, and the health of our communities in general. These are also the major concerns for us, is the health and safety of our community. With regards to vapor phasing of the buyer system, in my opinion and in our opinion, this remains an unproven technology and to a large degree is untested. And our research shows, which is different than John has presented, that this is not entirely a safe technology and that it is effective. This is demonstrated by the letters, the very numerous letters to the administration record that have been entered into the administration record of Santa Barbara, the class action lawsuit that is ongoing right now in Santa Barbara against the growers, some who have not been using the vapor phasing system, the hundreds of complaints that continue to pour into county planning in the Santa Barbara area as it relates to odor. We understand that not all of these grows have odor control technologies, but that needs to be parsed out, and we would like that data before making any kind of a decision. There have been articles by award-winning journalists regarding odor problems within Santa Barbara. Melinda Burns, who's been an environmental journalist there since 1986, has had numerous articles lately covering odor control problems that they're experiencing down there. And along with podcasts, these have been included in my letters, and I highly encourage people to listen to her if you haven't read her articles to date. I haven't seen scientific reports supporting the evidence of effectiveness of the buyer system. I did, however, find one documentation on the EcoSorb website concerning a 4,000 square foot grow that also incorporated carbon scrubbers, recirculating air, UV technology along with the buyer system. So that's a much smaller canopy than what we're looking at here today. Regarding EcoSorb, what I've seen are only computer modeling of this process. I've seen data analysis from independent labs. And in all of that, nobody's talking about the ingredients. I haven't seen a list of the ingredients that have gone into EcoSorb. Concerns for me are especially their surfactants at the nanomolecular level. They can have problems associated with membranes and asthma, et cetera, et cetera. And the laboratory analysis, none of these people talk about bioaccumulation or biodegradation in the soils. This, I believe, should be studied. Byers has presented a public health study in San Luis Obispo, only to find out that it was indeed a study on rats, which is not really comparable to humans. And you could see the detailed analysis of this by Patty Kloss's letter, which I unfortunately had to send over the weekend because I had to get her permission to do that first. There is nothing in the staff report that I have seen other than two exceptions that speak to the effectiveness of the fire system. One was from Mark Myers, who is the owner of the technology. Wouldn't expect anything less than an approval from an owner. The other was, as John had mentioned, was from a staff individual visiting a greenhouse, detecting smells inside but not outside. There's no quantitative evidence there. I would like to see that. We're concerned about the fallout if fires technology along with EcoSorb is incorporated into this proposed grow. We know that with the higher wind speeds, it would have to increase the concentration in order for their chemical to work against the terpenes that are going to exit the greenhouse. And we're concerned about how that particulate matter will fall out. We are less than 1,000 feet in some cases from these greenhouses. And should that particulate matter surf the airstream, as Mark has suggested, it may well, in fact, surf over into our gardens and into deep-seated farms, which is an organic practicing farm that feeds hundreds of people within our community. And we're quite concerned about the health issues. Bottom line is, we don't want to be a guinea pig for this chemical until it's been proven safe, totally proven safe, not somewhat effective. We need positive proof on this. And in terms of EcoSorb, it has been used in wastewater and solid waste management, but it hasn't been proven for cannabis. We do, however, we've talked about what we don't want. We don't want a chemical substance to be used to control the odors. We would prefer a non-chemical solution. And in our minds, what works for us is what actually works for Denver and what they have suggested. Their best practices management talks about using carbon scrubbers with recirculated air. That's exactly what we would like to have happen first. If that doesn't work, I suggest we look at other technologies. And a way of proving all of this is through a phasing system. We recommend a phasing system starting small enough to protect the health and well-being of our community. We propose to have it phased in starting at 1 acre. And we would like to work with Lane, like I have worked with Lane in the past on greenhouse technology. And I was very happy to hear him say that he was going to be used in enclosed greenhouses because this will go a long ways toward mitigation. We would like to see this start at 1 acre with a cap at 2 acres because it fits within the general plan. Not only does it fit within the general plan, but it also allows other smaller growers to enter into the game. This is simply a condition of fairness. And that's about all I would have to say regarding the phasing, other than the fact that in the long run, this phase system will save time, money for all parties, including the county, the applicants, and the appellants. Thank you very much. I would like to ask my group here if there's anything that they would like to add to this. Evidently not. So I would like to yield back the remainder of my time so that other peoples will have a longer opportunity or more participation in this process. Thank you very much.
I lost my cursor or whatever this is called. So yeah, and I do appreciate, your yielding of time. I can't take it directly and credit it to others in specific, but it definitely will be able to allow more people to have a comment for sure. Okay, so now we'll go to the applicant. And it says Lane. You don't look like Lane.
No.
Welcome.
Much better looking. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Jordan Main, land use consultant for Arcata Land Company. I'd like to share my screen here, so hopefully, one second.
Actually, Jordan, while you're doing that, I'm going to pause your time. I want to let people know if you are watching this and you plan to talk, please do call in now, press *9 so we can start keeping track of who wants to talk. It makes our lives easier and it makes it easier for you as well. So please start calling in if you haven't and press *9 so we know that you're there. All right, I'll turn this back over to you, Jordan.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Just confirming that you can see my shared screen.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. So we appreciate and support staff's conclusions that the proposed odor control system will be effective in controlling odors from the Arcata Land Project. This determination is buttressed by the findings of multiple government agencies throughout California that endorse the effectiveness of the vapor phase control system. So despite Mr. Cotton's contentions, we'll walk through a number of citations and reference studies that prove both efficacy and safety of the Byers system with EcoZorb. First, I'd like to reference a test case performed by the Santa Barbara Air Pollution Control District. These slides were prepared by the district and given in a presentation, so I lifted two of them that dealt directly with their firsthand observations of a system employing the Byers scientific vapor phase control. This location is known as Everbloom. It is a 15-acre greenhouse, so there certainly has been scientific evidence produced for larger grows than the 2 acres that Mr. Cotton referenced. You can see through the slide that this greenhouse complex is located essentially right on an adjacent residential neighborhood. This system and grower invited Air District to visit the site and perform observations. So as noted in the slide, the district staff toured the greenhouse and the odor control system and noted that it was working as advertised and that pungent odors that were noticeable inside the greenhouse could not be detected directly outside the greenhouse or at the property line. Similarly, a scientific study by a third-party consulting firm in Santa Barbara County in Carpinteria, SCS Engineers, produced documentation through capturing of actual air samples and running through an odor panel, indicating that the vapor system, this again used Byers with EcoZorb, reduced odors by nearly 99% at distances as little as 30 feet from the greenhouse where tested. And their conclusion, I did not restate this, this is taken from their case study conclusions. Their conclusion was that vapor phase performed as good as carbon filtration and is more effective for large volume spaces such as greenhouses. With respect to the conditions of approval referenced by Mr. Ford, essentially the proposed conditions completely eliminate the possibility of a persistent odor issue. I've worked on many cannabis projects throughout California. The proposed conditions do more to address odor than I've ever seen. On the front end, a certified industrial hygienist is required to review and approve an odor control plan. The operating standard is no odor at the property line, with the ability for the planning department to inspect and require cessation of the activities if the odors cannot be controlled. So this is about as tight as we can do from a conditions standpoint. So I would like to have Dr. Visuete join at this point to walk us through some of the discussion around dispersion at the location given the distance, and then we'll address in detail the alleged odor concerns, or excuse me, health concerns related to the odor control.
All right, and just to let you know, you have 10 minutes-ish left, so I just want to give you a time check.
Thank you.
Right, wonderful, thank you. Yeah, so I was asked to talk a little bit about the emissions that come from the vapor phase system and what happens to them in the atmosphere. I come from about 15 years of experience as an atmospheric chemist. And so from what we found, both the way that in which the vapor phase system works, which is through heating and volatilization, there very little of the surfactant actually goes into the system. Most of it, in fact, almost all of it are the essential oils that are part of the ecosorb. This has been confirmed with measurements on the emission side that are actually coming out of the vent. So no particles are formed. They're very much only gases, and the gases are almost entirely consist of what they describe as essential oils. These essential oils are essentially a class of compounds called monoterpenes and sesquiterpenes. These are common terpenes that we find naturally in the atmosphere. We've studied them for a very long time. There are three ways that these chemicals go away in the atmosphere once they're put up there. One is through dilution, through winds and the natural dilution in the atmosphere. Secondly is through deposition, either through wet rain or wet surfaces or dry deposition. They just happen onto surfaces. And lastly, through chemical atmospheric destruction. The nature of these monoterpenes and sesquiterpenes in the normal middle of the day have an atmospheric lifetime of only several hours. So in the middle of the day, once they're emitted to the atmosphere, just solely due to chemical destruction, they only last much, and not for very long, only a few hours. And that doesn't include the deposition that occurs. As far as dilution, we have done some studies where we looked at emissions of monoterpenes into the atmosphere for the Santa Ynez Valley at similar amounts of what the ecosorb is being put into the atmosphere, and looking at, in this case, what the concentration 700 feet downwind. Now, for these dispersion models, we looked at 3 years of local meteorological data, and what we found was without including deposition or chemistry, there was a significant reduction due to dilution just at 700 feet, with an average concentration in the sub-parts per billion. So at 1,200 feet, you would imagine there's even more dilution as we get in even the tenths or lower parts per billion. That's assuming no loss due to deposition and no loss to the highly reactive nature of these things in the atmosphere that go away. And so for those reasons, I think at 1,200 feet, we shouldn't expect very much concentration, if any, of what's left of the ecosorb being emitted to make it in that distance. Thank you.
All right, did you have any other speakers on your team there?
I do, yeah. Thank you. Mr. Byers will join now and go through the safety questions.
Okay, and there's 8 minutes, just wanted you to know.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lane. Thanks, Will. Chair Bass and committee. So I just want to quickly compare and contrast what you just heard. We're not out here taking shots at anyone, but the reality is the individual that the opposition has brought forth to go after our product is not a qualified expert. As you saw, no scientific evidence is really brought to bear. She's just a very outspoken opponent of cannabis. She's not an air chemist, a toxicologist, or a public health expert, and no references or scientific studies are cited. You just heard from a globally recognized air chemist in terms of a toxicologist. Actually, if you can go to the next slide, Lane. And what I'm referring to is one back. Yep, APCD. I'm sure all the board members know, but for other folks out there, APCD, Air Pollution Control District, they're effectively the gold standard for what is allowed into the air and what is not allowed into the air in California. I think it's Mr. Cotton said earlier he hadn't seen the ingredients. That notwithstanding, APCD has seen the ingredients. The unredacted ingredient list was given to them. They have a mechanism in place for vendors such as myself to share highly confidential information. That process was followed that allowed them to do their thorough work. And they are as qualified as anyone in the United States to make an opinion on the safety or lack thereof of this product. And we all know what their decision was. There was no danger. And we are, in fact, allowed to use it. You You can go to the next slide. But this is not isolated to Santa Barbara County, nor isolated to the state of California. This product in various formulations is used globally. OMI Industries is a pioneer of using plant oils. Interestingly, we get this word chemicals used all the time. We're surrounded by chemicals in reality. Of course, we all know this. We touch them, we inhale them, we ingest them every day. And then when we contrast that with, we should use natural stuff like plant oils. That's exactly what this is. These are plant oils. This is the most green approach you can take to odor control in terms of using one substance to neutralize particular instances of another. We use this in wastewater treatment, landfills, refinery, and cannabis. It's been proven safe ad nauseum. As you can see here, this was also looked at in San Luis Obispo County, and the being heavily vetted and approved statement, that is in reflection to the fact that San Diego APCD also allowed the use of the product and studied it, and actually gave a budget. This is the Miramar landfill where we use it, and allowed a budget of, I say budget in chemistry terms, of, I believe, 33 gallons a day. At this site, we would use about 3.5 gallons a day. You can go to the next slide. In addition to all of this, a third-party study has also been done for both short-term acute and long-term chronic by a third party, CPF Associates, that Chair Ford referred to. These actually been studied a couple of different times, and they of course came back with their view. And I think it's worth underscoring that everyone takes a position that we're a corporation out spewing stuff. I own the company. The last thing in the world I need are lawsuits coming back on me because we're putting something out into the air that would be potentially dangerous. So we are, me personally, as incentivized as anyone in the world to ensure the health and safety of what we're doing. I can't run a business otherwise. So I had taken a few notes from Mr. Cotton's statements, and I think we'll address those. There is no particulate matter, to be clear. And with respect to surfactants as well, our Dr. Bisuete suggested, the vapor pressure of surfactants is extremely low. My patent is based on volatilizing VOCs. It follows, therefore, that these actually don't make it into the atmosphere anyway. I'll turn it over to Lane for the conclusions. Thanks.
Okay, there's 2 minutes left.
Perfect. Thank you, Mark and Dr. Bisuete. In conclusion, we'd just like to note that the opponents have not produced any qualified expert testimony or substantial evidence showing that the Byers system may threaten public health or safety. And to the contrary, there are multiple independent studies as well as government agency reports proving the efficacy and safety of the system. And that concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you. Everyone is right on time. Now to just turn my timer off before it dings. Ready. All right, so we could ask questions of the staff, or we could just go straight to public comment. I don't know if anyone has a particular thought. I'm thinking go straight to public comment because I know we do have several people on. And then we can ask questions when we come back. I don't see anyone waving no.
I do have a question. John, when this was originally brought forth, the Byers system wasn't involved. The Byers system, or this odor control, was brought on because of concerns, and that was also the reason it was brought down to a smaller project. Is that right, or I'm trying to go through my notes right?
No, the use of EcoSorb has been a consistent component of the project, even before it was reduced.
Good, thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a question for Director Ford. Based on something the appellant said about smell in the Santa Barbara area, and was my understanding that a lot of the smell comes from unpermitted farms down there that aren't using smell mitigation. Can you confirm that or not?
That is that is what staff conveyed to us. They still have the same number of complaints, but they still have a high number of cultivation sites that are operating under a provisional or a temporary permit, and so they have no odor control.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions before we go to the public comment period? Okay, and then do want to remind people we're at 2 minutes just because we know there's a lot of interest and we do have a lot to discuss. You will hear this sound when you have 30 seconds left, like that. And that lets you know that you have 30 seconds to wrap up. So hopefully no one's taken by surprise. And what we're gonna do is I've got 13 hands up, so thank you. And I'll call you by your last four numbers or last four digits in your phone number. And then you'll press *6 to unmute, and then you'll have your 2 minutes to speak. I will also mention whoever's next on deck, so to speak. So if you hear your phone number, you may not, just know that it's going to be your time to speak. So with that, just a moment, please. Okay. With that, we do have several, and we will start. Our first speaker has the last four digits of 0156, followed by 7799. If you are 0156, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have your two minutes. All right, press *6 to unmute. And again, don't watch this on TV. Listen only to the phone if you're planning on making comment. There you go. Welcome. You are now unmuted.
Hey, thank you. Good afternoon. This is Brett McFarland, and I'm a local farmer, and I am calling to voice my support of some version of this project in its 8 acres or above. I think that I've heard a lot of different public comments regarding the size, and from my perspective, Humboldt County has a lot of grows up in the hills and places that are hard to reach. It has a huge environmental impact, and this particular grow is down in the bottoms on quality agricultural lands, and I would like to voice my support in it being as large as they are permitted to grow under the county's ordinance for industrial properties such as former mill sites. And I would like to say I value those jobs in our community. I look around and I see that unemployment rates are as high as they've ever been. And also Humboldt County has seen so much transition from loss of logging and fishery and all these other industries. And I think that projects that bring economic opportunities for people into our community are important. And I think this is a really hot issue that's brought a lot of people to the table. But I want to voice, I think there are solutions for a lot of the problems that have been raised. And in regards to this topic of the odor, I'm confident that between carbon or this bioscrub, you guys will find the right solution. You will figure it out. And it's not going to be this huge issue for the community. Currently, there are dairies all around, and there's smells from farming, and they're not doing anything. And what I'm hearing is that.
Sorry, thank you very much. 2 minutes goes by pretty fast. Actually, any time seems to go by as fast these days. But thank you for calling in. So we have 7799 who's next, and then 9573 after that. So if you are 7799, press *6 to unmute, and you will have 2 minutes. Press *6. Again, hopefully people are listening and not watching this on TV. All right, if you are 7799, please press *6 to unmute, or we'll move on to the next speaker and come back to you. There you are. You're ready to go.
Hello?
I see you unmuted. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Michael Proctor, and thank you for giving the opportunity to speak. I heard the scientists talking about, the Sun Valley scientists talking about, the mitigations, and I heard him saying words like he imagines that it won't be a problem. And I'm not used to hearing scientists talking in terms of imagination. I'm not convinced when a scientist speaks in terms of not foreseeing a problem or, imagining that there won't be a problem. So I want that to be considered by people making the decision in this today. No one's talking about the sound. It's all about the odor, which I have concerns about, but no one's talking about sound from all the machines and devices that are going to be, taking care of the odor problem. So I'm not sure why that hasn't been addressed or looked into. I like the idea that what the Planning Commission's recommending in terms of, having this project monitored 4 times a year, if not more. I really appreciate that. I think that's great. And then lastly, talking about the economy, but this project was, being put into place back in 2016 before cannabis was even legal, and then way before the pandemic hit. So as far as economy goes, I don't think that holds up particularly well. Almost seems kind of, things are kind of being presented to us, on the sly. So thank you for listening. And
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. And like I said, 2 minutes goes really fast. Anytime goes fast, like I said. Seems like. All right, so our next speaker has the last 4 digits of 9573, followed by 4014. And if you're 9573, press *6 to unmute. And do keep in mind that you have 2 minutes, and just want to make sure everyone is able to get to all their points they'd like to share with us. So if you are 9573, oh, there you are. Well, welcome, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon. One of the issues, of course, of concern to me and my neighbors is that of odor from the grow of the proposed site. And I understand that that the applicants contacted people in Carpinteria, but we did also, and the residents of Carpinteria did complain about the tremendous odor, and their feelings are real. And I just feel like the EcoSorb product might have an adverse effect on humans, as they were only tested on rats from the information that was given to us by the people from Carpinteria. And I'm just going to keep this short and just say, if the board is dead set on giving ALC a chance to prove themselves with the safety of EcoSorb, it really would be in the best interest of all to just try it on 1 or 2 acres to determine its efficacy, and then do the phase-in approach. That just seems quite logical. And thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you for calling in. Excuse me. Okay, so our next speaker is 4014, followed by 8416. So if you are 4014, it looks like there you are, you're unmuted. You have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Pelletier. I really appreciate that you're considering scaling down the size of the grow and phasing it in. I'd like to request another mitigation, and that is that the county undertake a regular air quality assessment in our area to determine if air quality has worsened as a result of the grows. I've sent you a study by the University of Colorado showing that the terpenes in cannabis creates its own smog. It creates its own ozone, or commonly known as smog. Also, according to the Colorado Department of Public Health, Terpenes also have quite a carbon footprint. They're classified as volatile organic compounds, or VOC. They mix with other VOCs and eventually create gases that harm the environment. So the owner of Byers says that we're surrounded by chemicals. Well, those chemicals can interact and create gases that harm the environment. When they're released into the atmosphere and interact with other pollutants like nitrous oxide, you get ground level ozone formation. So it's important to note that the odors are not just a nuisance, but also a public health impact. And my greatest concern are the public health impacts. What about the children in the daycare centers and schools within a half mile of the proposed grow? Will they be allowed to play outside, or will they be kept prisoners inside the classroom because their health is affected? This happened at the school in Carpinteria, and neighbors as far away as half a mile complain that they have to keep their windows closed. Please think about the impacts on children, seniors, and vulnerable folks. I hope you would agree that part of your job as our representatives is to safeguard the health and well-being of your constituents. This is a new, unproven, and from what I can tell, not well-researched technology. If it's very new, the research is not there. I think that, if neighbors are complaining about it, we need to be listening. There may be effects that we don't know yet. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All righty, bye-bye. All right, we have 8416 followed by 9242. So if you are 8416, press *6 to unmute. And if you have not called in yet, if you want to call in and comment, it's a good time to call in now, and press *9 to raise your hand so we know you want to talk. 8416, you are welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's William Padilla. I'm in support of this project. I think it's a great economic opportunity for the community, and also help save countless jobs that are already here and adding to it. This community is everything that has to come up. Everything that's come up with this whole project, size, smell, it seems like to me that they've been addressing. I know Lane is a good caring member of this community and will address any further issues that come up. It just seems like, to me, myself, it seems like there's no better person or in this community that can address and follow through with what he says he's going to do. This is the perfect place for this to happen. This is what we're supposed to do, right? Is get everything out of the hills, make it legit, and do this legally, and help the community, and help the economic part of this community do this. And this is what it's about. This is where this is going. It's eventually they're not going to stay small. Everybody complained when Walmart came here. It's the same thing. It's going to happen. Everybody's going to fight it, of course. But in my opinion, I don't think there's anybody that's better suited for this and prepared to do this than Lane DeVries. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Something up here. All right, so thank you, William. We have 9242 followed by 9729. So you are 9242. There you are. You are unmuted, and you have 2 minutes. And welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Pam. Hi, my name is Pam Smith, and I live on Wyatt Lane. And I've been part of the Team 27th Street. And I just want to say that we've worked a long time since March, trying to bring another side to it. And it's kind of like when I'm listening today, he said, she said, but my heart feels, my husband has asthma, and it's really scary for me. I don't think there would be any problem starting with 1 acre and just test it and see how it goes. If they're not afraid of the chemicals and stuff that they're putting in the air, be courteous as a neighbor and just try the 1 acre. And then, we'll both be talking to one another and trying to resolve it, and then let it go forward. I think this is an opportunity where Lane can work with the neighbors, and I really feel that it would be beneficial for everybody to work together. I certainly wouldn't want to start with 8 acres, because we can't go backwards. So I want our residential area to be safe and healthy for all of us. I don't want to deal with a situation like It's on Elk River Road. I have a friend there. I have stood on his property and smelled the smells, and I just don't want that for our community. I don't know much about the buyers and the EcoZorb. I have contacted somebody in Santa Barbara who is a lawyer and said, that this is just not a system that really works in her area. So, please take everything into consideration. I appreciate the Board of Supervisors and listening to both sides, because there are two sides to every story. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Okay, we have 9729 followed by 5804. So 9729, press *6 to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, we have 2 on this call, so can we have 4 minutes?
Okay. Actually, well, what I'll do, I'll separate you into 2 separate 2-minute sections. So one of you can talk for 2, and the other one can talk for 2. Okay, so we're going to start. Who's going to go first?
I am.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
welcome. You're welcome. So here's your 2 minutes.
Okay. Peggy Bell Hans and I are going to read a letter from Patty Closs. She sent it to the concerned Carpenterians, and they sent it to Team 27th. We have permission from Ms. Closs to share this today. She has a Master of Science in Nutritional Sciences, worked in a biochemical research lab for many years, and has a scientific publication record. She has the background to assess a scientific study. To quote Ms. Closs, I went through some of my information as to the problems with the Bayer system. I know you're looking for scientific studies to determine its safety or toxicity. Problem is, there are none to date. Carpinteria citizens are being effectively used as guinea pigs in his health study. This, to me, is the worst possible case scenario for using a product on a population. It is unconscionable. I do have some points to share with you. 1, Cannabis Environment Best Management Practices Guide by the Denver Department of Public Health has recommended carbon scrubber/filtration as the best VOC mitigation system. They also have experts that may be fruitful for contacting. 2, Byers had repeatedly told the San Luis Obispo Board of Supervisors about his public health studies. I requested to see them myself and did obtain them. They are not public health studies. They are rat studies. I critiqued them and sent that to the Board of Supervisors. There are problems with the study, and it does not prove safety for humans. There's one part that suggests one of the compounds is harmful to humans, but there is no reference given to the source of this information, meaning you cannot find the study where that information is given. This alone would discredit Bayer's study from being published in a scientific journal. It also does not give the amount of product being used in the study, nor the ability to calculate the amount, nor is the study done in a public environment situation. This is not good science and is not good science and is not publishable.
Okay, now we're ready for the second speaker. But thank you for letting me know ahead of time too. That was helpful. Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Good. Thank you. My name is Peggy Bell Hans, and I will continue with Ms. Claus's email. Point 3, I spoke with the manufacturer of the product and was given the degradation rate. The product is persistent in the environment up to 1,565% of the original dose used on day 1, due to the retarded degradation rate and with continual use. It does not get rid of the odor molecules. It just attaches to them and falls to the ground until it degrades approximately 2 months later. Anyone can see that continual use will promote a buildup of the product in the environment. The math was done by my calculations again. Anyone can do the math, and she sent degradation charts. Point 4, product and odor molecule have to be at a 1-to-1 ratio. Otherwise, the more present molecule will emit odor. This is why it doesn't work, in my opinion. Impossible to achieve, especially with wind factors. Citizens of Carpinteria can testify to the fact that it doesn't work. Point 5, comments by Mark Byers himself suggest that the product cannot be used within the greenhouse due to the changed taste it would provoke in the plant and for the safety of the workers, meaning it should not be breathed in continually or be fallen onto the plant. Never mind the produce, i.e. our CSA, being grown outside the greenhouse on other people's property and their right to breathe clean air. This science is not adequate to put a product in the environment without question of the prolonged effect on the citizens. In light of this information, those of us living in the Arcata Bottom are asking you to consider our health and well-being. Phasing the cultivation and starting at 1 acre or less would allow real-time data collection and would allow for changes to be made if problems arise. The phased-in approach with 2 acre cap per the general plan designation for the 2 parcels, as discussed by the Supervisors Wilson and Madrone at the 622 meeting, while not our first choice, is one that we could live with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peggy. Excellent. Whoops, excellent timing. So our next speaker is, I believe, yes, 5804 followed by 4364. So if you were 5804, just press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Lozano, and I live in Arcata. It seems like every election cycle, the candidates all claim that they're for jobs and prosperity, but when elected, they seldom deliver. Before you today is a project that started out with an opportunity to provide over 100 full-time jobs. Then it was whittled down to 60 full-time jobs. And if this appeal is granted, it'll be 0 jobs. Because of the 27th Street gang that live a quarter mile away or more, they keep crying the sky is falling. Don't forget, this is the same NIMBY group that very recently opposed more housing in their neighborhood. The bottom line is they want what they have only for themselves. They don't care if anybody else gets jobs or a place to live. Is this who we're going to leave our public policy to? Nobody elected them. This is a defining moment for the supervisor. You are going to actually do something that creates jobs and prosperity for local families, or are we simply going to continue to turn our futures to every NIMBY loudmouth group that comes along? If you can't approve this project, you shouldn't approve any cannabis project in Humboldt County or any other type of project in Humboldt County. You might as well shut down the planning department and just hang a big sign up front that says your business is not welcome here. I hope that 3 of you can find the courage to show leadership and do what's right in the face of the NIMBY mob. If not, this county's economy is doomed to circle the drain, and we'll all know why. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you, Ted. And I will let folks know that when you're speaking, be sure your volume is off in your, at your house on the whatever you're watching it on a video feed, because we'll get feedback if it's not. So just a reminder. Okay, so we've got 4364 followed by 2244. So 4364, press *6 to unmute, and you will have 2 minutes. Are you there? Let's see. 4364. I don't know. Maybe they actually dropped. I think this person might have dropped off the screen because I'm not seeing them now. Tracy, do you see that 4364? Okay, I think it dropped off. Okay, well, if you happen to be 4364, you need to call back in. So we've got 2244 who is on the screen, and if you can press *6 to unmute, you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, this is Elise Peterson. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great. I'd like to personally note that I'm adamantly opposed to this project, which I've expressed my multiple reasons for on the Planning Commission meetings. I'd like to take this time to focus on my professional lens. I've worked for the last 15 years in capital markets, wealth management, and the last 3 specifically, partnering with the world's largest asset investment purchaser of single-family residential homes. I find it absolutely astonishing that on these calls, no one has discussed how this proposed project will, for a fact, negatively impact the property values of the 900 plus residents within a half mile of the project site. In investing in real estate, particularly single-family homes where there are children and elderly folks, what our analysts focus on is comparables, during property valuations. Those comparables certainly account for anything that's deemed as hazardous within that half-mile radius. I know there's been a lot of discussion pertaining odor, water, studies in Santa Barbara. I have property in San Diego. I'm very familiar with the San Francisco markets. And I will tell you firsthand that these class action lawsuits are considered hazards when looking at property valuations. So I really challenge the board to reflect here and do what's ethically and morally right. Even though I'm opposed, I would be, pro a phase-in process of 1 to 2 acres to see how the mitigations go. There are 3 homes that have been put on the market in the last week in this neighborhood that borders the proposed site. I have very much empathy for these families who are having to leave for their own personal reasons, but that are directly correlated to the site. So again, board, I challenge you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling in. Sorry. All right. We do have 8201 and followed by 8652. If you're 8201, press *6 to unmute. Just keep in mind you have 2 minutes and time flies.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine and I'm calling in to highly suggest a phase-in project. It's going to be the best benefit for each party involved. That way we can step into this 1 foot at a time. And, Lane would then get the opportunity to expand and to progress into something larger, given time for the technology to catch up and prove itself and possibly mitigate a lot of problems in the future for other growers, because he could set a good example of, this is the right way to do it. We could phase it in and move along as quickly as, could be viable, and as long as it's a workable situation for both the community and the business. And I understand, we want business to grow. There's nobody in Arcata that doesn't want business to grow. We've been accused of being a neighborhood of NIMBYs. We're not NIMBYs. We're looking out for not only the benefit of our neighborhood, but this is going to happen all over Humboldt. So let's set a good precedence here. Let's set a path that can be followed in the future, something that's going to be reasonable for communities, where communities aren't afraid to speak up, or they, a person wanting to create a new grow isn't afraid to step in and begin with the fear of being shut down. There's been a lot of grows that have already been just, repealed and just disapproved completely because they didn't know how to step in through all the hoops and make a proper good grow that would be amenable to the community and to the business. And this is a really good chance for not only Lane to show, the community that he's on the side of the community, but also to show all growers how to do it right.
Thank you for calling in, Catherine. Sorry about that. Thank you. All right. So Catherine is followed by 8652. And if you're 8652, press *6 to unmute. 8652, there you are. Welcome, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi. I border the bulb farm on 2 sides. I have 2 borders with them. I have an 11-acre farm. I have a number of concerns about this project, and I wish it weren't going to happen. Concern number 1 is my driveway is a 1/4 mile long. I have had people drive down my driveway claiming to be looking for the bulb farm. When this grow happens and it's known all over, I'm really concerned about our safety. I have no security. I really can't afford to have security. We're senior citizens here. My other concern is water, and this has been expressed, but I don't know if people are taking it seriously. If groundwater, local groundwater is used, it is going to affect farms around here. A number of farms have old wells, hand dug 20 to 30 foot deep wells they use, for example, to water their livestock. Now, water levels here on the bottoms are supposed to be about 10 feet below the ground surface. They have gone as low as 19 feet in my experience, and that's huge. That's during August or so. My other issue is with the smell. I don't think that the bulb farm currently is monitored in an adequate way. And I'm very concerned that whatever smell happens, that nobody's really going to do anything about it. And that my property values are going to fall because of what I'm near. I am one field away from that grow, and yet nobody ever came and talked to me about the project. The first I heard was this year, 2021. And I'm very upset that this started back in 16 and nobody made a peep.
Thank you for calling in. All right, the next speaker is 5527. Again, be aware there's 2 minutes. Press *6 to unmute if you were 5527. Welcome.
Hi there, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. This is L'Oreal Caverly, and I live near the project area, and I work locally as a biologist. And while I agree that we do want to move cannabis growers out of the hills, and this area is already agriculture, all of that makes a lot of sense, but I really think we should do it carefully and incrementally. And so making sure that all the concerns of the neighbors are listened to and taken seriously is really important. And I do hope that if the board approves this project, I would really like to see, well, first off, I would like to say I definitely agree with others. Let's start with 1 acre and see how it goes. Check out how the smell is, check out how the noise is, and the potential light pollution. And I would like to see as permit conditions to include monitoring after that 1 acre would go in. And I want to make sure one big concern I have that I haven't heard addressed is increase in light pollution from the security lights. I understand that the lights in the greenhouses will be covered, but I want to make sure that the security lights are using warm light bulbs that are dark sky compliant. And I would like to know about noise pollution. That's a concern I have. I haven't heard anything about that. What will be the decibels from the fans? And I also want to make sure that there's no rodenticide use at the farm. There may be now, I don't know, but we really need to protect the raptors. And by the way, this is a wonderful birding area. Driving around the bottoms is a great place to see all kinds of cool native raptors. So let's make sure we protect those and that there are not any rodenticide use. So I do hope that the supervisors will find a middle ground, because I sound like a lot of the neighbors in this organized group are saying, okay, we can live with a 1 acre phase-in. So let's meet in the middle there. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, L'Oreal. I think, hope I got your name right there. Sorry about that. 3053, I believe that's Thomas. It's your turn. Press *6 to unmute, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder here. Lots of comments. I missed the new update presentation today, but I'll say, as I said the other day, maybe sprawl and growing in the hills isn't such a bad thing. You probably wouldn't have all these community concerns. I support a phased-in approach, whatever that size is. You do believe it would be a good way to, you got to do it economically feasible, though, applicant, and as well, think that into consideration. I can't remember what Rodney's presentation was last time this was up, of the size the project could be if it followed the proper zoning or special permits. I think it was like 2.5 to 4 acres or something like that. I cannot remember exactly, but think about that when you're considering it. Definitely phase it in and have a proper protocol. I heard something about 4 inspections a year. That'd probably be a good idea, since the wind does go right out to households. But this is the problem we're faced with in this county. when we pull things out of the hills and cram them up against residential neighborhoods. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Great. Thank you, Thomas. The next speaker is 8021. That's you. Press *6 to unmute, followed by 5887. So, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes. I'll start the timer now for you.
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
My name is Kyle. I'm a native of Humboldt County. As we've heard today, we've received positive news on the odor control system, which is going to significantly mitigate any odor concerns. Several scientific studies have been referenced and experts have espoused on the effectiveness of the technologies. So the applicant has provided significant scientific support as to why this project will be safe for the community, while the appellant has only provided speculation with words such as might have an impact or could be affected, while providing no substantive evidence. The appellant has requested scientific evidence for the effectiveness of the technologies, and the applicant has pulled in experts to validate that. We cannot allow fear of the unknown to limit progress. Regarding the size of the project, there has been a request to phase the project in at a scale of 1 acre to a max of 2 acres. This is after the applicant has originally requested 22 acres, of which they were willing to scale back to 8. The applicant has gone through the required channels and even received approval of the 8-acre version of the project. I believe it is disingenuous to the applicant to further reduce the project, having received this approval, and also undermines the entire process. I believe the applicant has gone the extra mile in providing support as to the expected environmental impact. It is my request that you deny this appeal and allow the approved 8 acres of this project to continue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. So next is 5887, followed by 7737. So if you're 5887, press *6 to unmute, and you have not 6 minutes, you have 2 minutes. Too many numbers there.
Hey there. My name is Andrew Newman. Oh, are you ready for me? Okay. Yes. My name is Andrew Newman. Full disclosure, I do work for Sun Valley. I have also been a resident of Humboldt County for well over 20 years now, and I also live with less than a mile from the proposed site in the Arcata Bottoms. I'm a resident of the Arcata Bottoms. I have worked for various businesses around the county of different sizes. I've worked in law enforcement for 2 different agencies locally here. I have worked for various small businesses, and I just want to emphasize that Sun Valley is the most ethical employer that I have had since I have lived in Humboldt County. And it's the only place of work that I've had that has actually let me advance based on merit rather than who I know or et cetera, those kinds of factors that affect a lot of employment around here. And I do want to emphasize that the Humboldt County economy, not just Arcata, has been stagnant since the decline of logging. And it's the idleness of that stagnant economy has caused problems such as methamphetamines to fester in our community here. All kinds of crime, all kinds of issues due to the poor socioeconomic situation that we have here. And you have to remember that Sun Valley is a local company. It's one of the most successful local companies that Humboldt County has produced. And that, this is an important moment, not just for the Arcata Bottoms, but just for the county in general, because we are in progress of losing the Humboldt brand when it comes to cannabis, to be perfectly honest with you. Other people are taking other people are taking this from us. And we have this opportunity now with the legalization of cannabis to advance forward and actually make some kind of economy for this county, and to help other people, to uplift other people, and to have posterity. The environmental concerns are going to be met here. It's as evidenced by this meeting.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it. Thanks for calling in. All right, the next speaker is 7737, followed by 2223. And for those of you who are wondering when we're going to take a break, after public comment, we will take a brief break. So if you're a 7737, press *6 to unmute. And you're unmuted and you have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. I would echo the last caller. I'm asking for the approval of this plan and denial of the appeal. This is really the best way to promote a legal and regulated business to help this area grow and get more paid employees. Like the last caller, it's been through tough times in the past.
I would like to see it get better. The plans for this project being managed by what appears to be agricultural experts with a long track record, seemingly over 50 years. That's a really long time. I mean, not a lot of companies here in this county can really have any track record that would say and be this supportive of residents and a tax base. Also, in the area, and I work in Arcata, the odors from dairy farms are everywhere, seemingly unchecked. The flower farm, I've never heard complaints. They grow millions of flowers, who knows how many tons. I think we just need to let the scientific evidence and expert provide the guidance here. I mean, we've heard a lot of good testimony from people, and we have heard a lot of other people go, yeah, maybe I wish, I think, but I think we need to go with the evidence just like we would do anything else. This would add a lot of needed tax dollars, benefits. Sun Valley is a good local employer. They've got full-time jobs and benefits, and I can't say it for everybody in the county. So I would encourage the Board of Supervisors here to really support this revised and even reduced legal growing operation. This is really what we all need to have in our community. This is like one of the earlier callers said, this is, if you're not going to approve this, don't approve anything. This is what you need to improve. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for calling in. And our next speaker has the last four digits of 2223. Don't look again, 2223, and followed by 2534. So welcome for 2223. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. This is Craig Johnson, and I would like to make a couple points in regards to this project. First off, last meeting, I would like to applaud Supervisor Wilson and Madrone for actually coming out and forwardly stating that they are for the small cannabis farmers of Humboldt County. That meant a lot to us. Next, I think we need to address what this project is and how it can really affect our climate. Moving forward, we really need low carbon, climate resilience projects and decisions to minimize the risk of our climate and our community. This project is not one of those. It is on ag land, but none of these roots from these sacred plants will be touching the land. They will be housed above the ground. And again, shielded in plastic. And I have a question for the planning department, Director Ford, maybe you could answer this. I've looked at the site plans and so forth, and I saw no mention of backup generation of power. There's 1.9 megawatts, I believe. How is that all gonna be backed up? And fans coming to a stop, scrubbers of odor coming to a stop. Where is that backup power going to come from, and where are those fuels going to be stored, and what type of fuel would that be? Director Ford, I look forward to hearing your question or your answers. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in, and thank you, Craig. And any comments after public comment, we will hear back from planning and building and have our discussion. So duly noted. 2534, you next. Just press *6 to unmute, followed by 9294.
Hi, my name is Kim Puckett. As we know, the general plan designation for the parcels being considered is ag and not industrial, simply because something is allowed under strict interpretation of zoning doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. As the planning department well understood, when they denied the permits to both the Lost Boys Ranch in Hydesville and the Costa project in Blue Lake in 2020, citing reasons of overwhelming community objection and concern for the welfare of the community. We here in the Arcata Bottom are not afforded the same consideration because of this admittedly outdated zoning designation. Changed as it should have been, this 8 acres would not even be under discussion. It likely would have been turned down at the Planning Commission level. I ask you, our Board of Supervisors, to please consider the well-being and welfare of our community And if you are going to approve this project, to phase it in starting at 1 acre or less and cap it at 2 acres maximum. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Kim. Right. Sorry. 9294, press *6, and it's your turn. 9294. Welcome. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is Rebecca Crow with Team 27th. I saved my time for public comment. In regards to the ag land, I would like the Board of Supervisors to consider a condition for no new net loss of ag land, and that any greenhouses be built on existing greenhouse sites that would reduce any loss of prime ag land. It seems inconsistent that the site can both be heavy industrial, thus you can do 8 acres, but also calling it ag at the same time. Really what they're proposing is a warehouse operation. And if it was in a warehouse in downtown Eureka, I think, hopefully you could make as much money and there wouldn't be as many issues. I also think that 2 acres is fair to other small growers. In regards to EcoZorb, we would like to see some vetted scientific articles. It's great that there's lots of people who are sort of saying they know things, but I'd like to see a vetted article in a scientific publication, which is something they have not been able to provide. We've all seen, horrific cases of chemicals that we didn't know the consequences of. Love Canal, City of Grift, and all the pollution that PG&E did. What we're finding about BPA in the environment. So we should be able to have that information. Our group supports local jobs. It's a bummer that people have, cast us as some NIMBY mob. We support local growers. We support jobs. I work in a company that has a 70-year history in Humboldt County. I've lived and worked here 20 years. I spent my career, getting construction jobs and building things across the country, across the county. So we want jobs. There's been a lot of talk about Lane, and he's an employer and he's a person, but he may not own this site forever. The flower business is booming as all his competitors have converted over to marijuana. So who knows what'll happen if he sells this? And we need to make sure we have a plan in place that doesn't rely on the good nature of Lane. It relies on the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. All right. So we have 0310 next, followed by 2902. So, and if you have not spoken yet and you do want to, please do call in and press *9 so we know that you want to speak. So 0310, press *6 to unmute. Well, I know you're there. You dropped off and you came back, but so 0310, *6 to unmute. All right, we will come back to 0310 and we'll go to 2902. So if you're 2902, plus *6 to unmute, you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, this is Lisa Brown from Arcata, and I'm opposed to this project and in support of the appeal. If you need to use chemical terpenes to mitigate smell, the project is either too close or too large. In this case, it is both. The county has allowed Sun Valley Bulb Farm to spray periodically, compact prime agricultural land using gravel over it for years, covering it up with greenhouses, concrete, turning the area into an industrial wasteland. All you have to do is go out there to see it. It's plain to see. This causes ongoing stress to the environment and the surrounding community, and now they have to endure Sun Valley Bulb Farm polluting the air they breathe continually with chemical terpenes to mitigate odor in this project. Just say no, please. It is time to rein this in, time to say enough is enough. If this project is to be further considered beyond, say, the 1 acre that seems to be floating about, require an EIR to evaluate the cumulative impacts of the project and impacts to the human and natural environment that the larger project will cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, we'll go back and try 0310 again. If you were there, 0310, press star 6 to unmute. Now there you go, welcome, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Wendy, and I support the project. America needs jobs, and we need people to get out of the couch and start applying. This company, Sun Valley Group, is providing jobs to people out there. The economy needs to get better. Please go and apply and get a job. This project is very important. If everyone doesn't know what cannabis plant does, this plant is a miraculous plant. I don't know why people is being so negative about it when it can provide so many good things to people that needs it out there. Studies have proven that this plant is miraculous. I am pretty sure everyone goes out there and shop in Walmart, and that's a non-local business. This is a local business, and we need to support this business. I have heard also very negative comments about the odor. Come on, there is multiple companies out there. They also have odor issues, like for example, the meat producers, and they also expose the air with the gases. 4th of July, fireworks. No one cares about the ozone Cape. Why is this such a big concern? This company is trying to provide a miraculous plant for people that needs it out there. The plant also provides us oxygen that regulates the absorption of the water and gas and oxygen. I suggest people out there to do a little bit more of research and be more positive about it, and I deny the appeal.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if you are 5722, we'll go to you. So 5722, press star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Dennis Workman, and I am a proud Sun Valley team member. I've worked here for 35 years, and I support this project. I'm concerned for my future and for the future of my coworkers, which have become a second family for me. Without Sun Valley, there's many good people and their children who are going to have to leave this area. Through this process, I've heard many nasty comments and a lot of lies from the neighbors, which I've grown up in this neighborhood and I know many of them, and I take it very personal on a lot of these comments that I hear. It's really sad. Sun Valley strives to be the best at everything that they do, and I believe that they will stop all odor, and it will keep the neighbors happy. That's what Sun Valley does. I want to thank the board for all the time and effort. This has been a heck of a process. Much respect for everybody. I heard a lot of good comments as well, and a lot of good ideas as well. And please approve the project. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Dennis. We have 3 speakers left, so if you wish to talk, you need to call in now so we know. Our next speaker is 4899, followed by 7454. So if you are 4899, press star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, hi. I'm Nancy Pelletier. I live in Arcata, and I keep hearing people from Sun Valley mainly saying, let's bring cannabis out of the hills and help the economy of the area. And one caller called in and said that he pointed out that the economy, that when Sun Valley first applied for a permit, they were talking about the economy in 2016. Right now, we're talking about the economy in 2021 and post-pandemic economy. And I have before me a full-page ad in the North Coast Journal. It was dated July 1st, and then there were several other weekly, the same ad. And Sun Valley themselves is talking about jobs for workers in the flower industry.
They are offering $100 sign-on bonus for new team members. And then there are open positions for warehouse, packing, shipping and receiving, forklift driver, general labor, flower packing, flower bunching, electrical controls. If the economy is so bad, and I agree it was, but right now there are workers all over the country that are, businesses all over the country that are crying for workers and they can't get people to sign up. And so anyway, I would like to point this out. And I would also, I am calling in to support the Team 27 and the people who are against a large grow. Let's support the small growers. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Nancy. Perfect timing, too. All right, 7454. Welcome, Kent. Press star 6 to unmute. Tracy, I think I had 7454 between the 9882, but it's looking different on here. So I don't know. I'll just I will come back to Kent since he hasn't come on yet. So we'll go to 9882, and then we'll go back to 7454. So welcome. You have 2 minutes, and you're unmuted. Unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Pablo Zaragoza, and I agree with the project since the last meeting, the board just needs evidence that the order system will work. And as I mentioned, the effectiveness is 99%. And in the other county that they did the study, it mentioned also that the order that they receive is for those farms that they don't have the system that they're proposing. This company is proposing 8 acres with the top technology and following the rules and regulations. And if cannot approve this project, then how the other project is being approved? Are the other projects the same? Are they not going to approve this project? Then don't approve nothing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to 7454. Press star 6 to unmute. You have 2 minutes.
Virginia, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Kim.
I never got a prompt to unmute before. I pressed it 5 times and I had no prompt, so I could not get through. So starting my 2 minutes hopefully now, I wish to have some questions that I wish to have John Ford answer for all of us. And I haven't heard these asked yet. So what was the Planning Commission vote? A lot of times, if it's 100%, everybody's behind it, means something to me. So I'd like to know what the vote was. Was this order control that's being proposed for us in our EIR? It may have been in somebody else's EIR, but I don't believe you can use it as something that's already been qualified to be permitted without being in our EIR. So maybe we need to update our Cannabis 3.0 here. The other question for John Ford was, is the general plan designation as it is compatible with the zoning? In my opinion and my information is that it's not. Anytime during this process, the applicant could have come forward and made those compatible. And I really don't think you have the grounds to proceed until you have compatible zoning that allows what you're using under the general plan designation. Those must match. The other concern I had here was in the water assessment. This was addressed by somebody else as far as water going down and things. Again, there's been assertions that some water board may have had some kind of thing, but my question again is, was the person who, instead of a hydrologist who certified the water here, was that person a well driller? So that person, in my opinion, is not qualified. Lastly, I have a great concern for the protection of the Latino workers. For those of you who have followed many things out here, there are articles regarding this. One mitigation I would like to see would be hopefully they will be unionized and be protected, and they will be safe out there. I have great concerns because inside information from family members and all, please, Lane, protect the Latinos and treat them differently than they've been treated over the prior years. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Great. Thank you, Kent. Excuse me. Our next speaker is last four digits of 8261 followed by 3493. So if you're 8261, you're welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joan Edwards. I appreciate you extending this discussion, and I appreciate your hard work, and I don't envy your position. But I request that you approve a 1 acre grow short of an EIR. This will examine the impacts on the neighborhood, and it will examine success of this experiment for both Sun Valley and on the health and safety of the neighborhood. There are multiple lawsuits currently brewing in the Santa Barbara area surrounding the effects of EcoSorb on their health. Those lawsuits indicate that there are problems. So we are also the guinea pigs for this experiment. Secondarily, Mr. Byers said no fans are going to be needed, except that our climate is very different from the climate of Southern California. Our climate is quite inconducive to growing cannabis, which usually requires a temperature of about 75 degrees to be successful. So there will be need to be constant fans that control the humidity. And our environment will be impacted by that constant noise dramatically. Hence the reason why a 1 acre grow would be more appropriate to see what the impact is. Given our pending water shortage, I think our Board of Supervisors should be thinking about a cap to these grows. These grows are not essential for human health. The growth of food is. Finally, Sun Valley, as that last speaker a few moments ago, is currently advertising for many, many jobs. So I find a problem with the argument that this will bring a lot of jobs to the area and that our unemployment rate is so high, because there are jobs right now and people are looking for people to come in and work. It's simply the climate is such that people aren't quite ready to do that. I have a problem with that argument. And finally, the sphere of influence of Arcata. This is right in that sphere of influence, is right on the border. We are not opposed to this town growing.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Okay. We have the last 2 speakers, unless you have called in. Well, if you want to speak and you haven't yet, this is the time to call in because we are running out of numbers. So 3493, press *6 to unmute and you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Bass and members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Great. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Elizabeth Connor and I live fairly close to the project, and I'm also a former member of the Arcata Planning Commission and sat on the Arcata City Council when we reviewed these same parcels as part of our general plan update. So to start, I'll mention that the issue before you today is, of course, a conditional use permit, the purpose of which is to ensure compatibility with surrounding uses. And so in line with the intended and board approved agricultural exclusive zoning on this property, which would now be in place but for a lawsuit placed on the entire general plan having nothing to do with this parcel. Given that, I urge you to approve a conditional use permit for a maximum of 2 acres, which will, and in order to balance the needs of the community and the applicant. Next, I want to say I appreciate so much all of the attention to the odor concerns paid by the board, the planning department staff, and the applicant. And the development of very strong conditions of approval, including the ability to shut the project down if the problem occurs and until it can be solved. I encourage the board to vote yes on all of these conditions of approval. And lastly, whichever size you determine to approve, please include the other staff recommended conditions of approval. They will not be onerous on the applicant, as the first 2 don't require a cash outlay and the third will pay for itself. Let's preserve the remainder parcels as agricultural and open space as intended in the current county general plan. And let's, with awareness of the climate, let's mitigate some of the energy use by requiring placement of solar panels, which will pay for themselves.
Right.
Thank you for your
Thank
attention.
you. Thank you, Elizabeth. All right, we appear to be on our final speaker. So 2956, press star 6 to unmute, and you will have 2 minutes. Star 6 to unmute. It looks like we have another speaker coming in. But,
hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I have the honor of being the last speaker. Wow.
Actually, well, I must say, I'm interrupting you, but there's more actually after you, so you still have 2 minutes.
Okay.
So. Okay.
Okay, good. I want to support the cap of a 1 to 2 acre grow maximum on this project, and given the chance to study the effects on our neighborhood. I've heard a lot of stuff about NIMBYs and all that. I'm not a NIMBY, but I am a concerned citizen of Arcata. I am someone who is concerned about the health effects, the noise, the light, and I want to be able to balance, I think Elizabeth Connor said it well, balance the needs of the community with the needs of the grow and the business. And this isn't a personal thing it's about protecting our health and protecting our welfare. And I urge all of our public officials to look at that and take into account what the general plan is. The general plan, if this was done today, would be 1 acre. We are a neighborhood. We have old people, we have young people, we have kids, we have babies. All of us are here and we're all concerned about it. So please, please listen to us and take into consideration. If you do a phased in grow, then you've got time to consider the impacts, and time is what we need. We can't jump. Our health is too important. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Great. We're moving on to, we have 1 hand left at the moment. 7912, press star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes. There you go. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Tina Ewell, and I work for Sun Valley, and I have been there for 34 years. I would just like to say that that employment has been so important to me. I've been able to raise my children in Humboldt County. They now have jobs and are going to school. They're contributing to the community. And that's what's happening for 450 employees right now. So if there's families that have 2 and 3 and 4 children, and they've been there for a number of years, which a lot of employees have, you're looking at 1,000 people that could be, affecting our community and contributing. I also want you to know that Sun Valley has always made community donations to hospitals, churches, schools for fundraisers. And another important thing, they've always stressed the importance to all of us to put our neighbors as a priority. And any questions or issues to treat with utmost concern, especially when it comes to this ALC cannabis proposal. And they're showing that by making all the changes due to the community input. At some point here, we need to have some trust in the Planning Commission, trust in a good business that's a local business with Blaine DeVries. And I think that he's gone above and beyond for fulfilling requirements. I want Sun Valley to continue to thrive for producing beautiful ornamental flowers. They've been a good employer and a good neighbor for 50 years, and I'd like to see them do so for the next 50. So thank you for letting me share, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Tina. And Tina is our last speaker, so we will close the public comment portion of this item, and we're going to take approximately a 10-minute break, so come back at 3:35 unless there's a reason to take a longer one, but 10 minutes, good for staff and everyone. Those at home can take a break too. Okay, all right, 3:35, we'll be back. I figure I'll turn this over to Director Ford to provide whatever information he thinks, and then we'll ask questions and just take it from there. So Director Ford?
Thank you, Chair Bass. So wanted to start off by addressing some of the comments that were raised and going through the notes that I've taken. One of the first ones was questions about sound. And so the 1.0 or CMMLUO, Commercial Medical Marijuana Land Use Ordinance, which this falls under, does restrict the amount of sound to 60 decibels at the property line. And what we did in order to ensure that is that in condition number 19, we included a condition saying that prior to issuance of building permits, the applicant owner shall submit a noise study based upon fan manufacturer specifications for the review of the planning and building department, demonstrating that cumulative noise sound levels from fans within the greenhouses shall not exceed 60 decibels measured at the property line. So I do believe that that has been addressed in the conditions. One of the other questions is whether or not there was a backup generator. There is not a backup generator proposed. So that does raise a bit of an issue with respect to running the air filtration systems. And that may be something the board considers allowing some alternative power source to ensure that the odor filtration systems are operational. And we can come up with a condition on that to address that.
Don, to the chair.
Correct.
Don, if there is no power, then I would imagine there'd be no power to run the fans or to open the louvers either. So the smell would be contained inside the greenhouse. It would seem to me, because you're not going to be having the fans working, and which work in conjunction, if the ones I'm thinking of by the looks of the garden supply greenhouses are situated, work in tandem with the louvers. I don't know if they'll be emitting. I mean, you can certainly, and they probably will put a generator in or something, but I'm just thinking everything's going to be pretty held inside, it seems, from what I just looking at that. I saw that and looked at the greenhouse pictures.
Through the chair, I would agree with that, had thought about that. One of the concerns that I had is that if it perhaps at the exact moment that the power goes out, they are doing a process of ventilating, and then the power goes out with the vents open and the ventilation system down. That would not be a good result.
Okay, I have a question. Can we just get John's comments first and then ask the questions? I mean, write down what you want to ask, if that's okay, just so he can get his list marked off, and then we can go back and clarify.
I think one of the other questions that was raised was relative to lighting. The CMMLUO does include within it that there are two provisions relative to lighting. One is for artificial lights within greenhouses. The second one is for lighting to comply with dark sky association standards, and that light not spill onto neighboring properties, not be backlit, uplit, or create glare. So that is an ordinance requirement that is in place. That's law, that's legally enforceable. And so that doesn't need to be conditioned. That is something that we can enforce. Moving on down the comments, the Planning Commission vote was 5-2, and that was in the previous board report. And while it's true, the odor control use of the vapor phase system was not within Humboldt County's EIR. The reference to Santa Barbara County is to demonstrate that it is something that is being utilized, that was examined. And in fact, in the EIR prepared for the CCLUO, it identifies that enclosing greenhouses is adequate, and moving them away 600 feet is adequate to control odor. And so this goes well beyond that. Is the general plan designation compatible with the zoning? The general plan designation is not compatible with the zoning, but the finding for approval of the project does not require a finding that the general plan is consistent with the zoning. It requires that the project be consistent with both the general plan and with the zoning. And in this particular case, because this is an agricultural endeavor, it is planting a plant and growing it, even though it's not being done directly into the ground. This is agriculture that is consistent with the AE land use designation. The industrial zoning does allow this with a conditional use permit, so it is consistent with both the general plan and the zoning. The question was raised about the water assessment and the person who certified this. As we have pointed out before, the findings in the resolution identify that this water source is identified in Bulletin 118 of the Department of Water Resources. This is a basin that is identified as having sufficient, if not excess water. And so based upon that finding from the state, it's not something staff did. It's something that we harvested out of state documentation. It is determined that this is a source of water sufficient to continue or to allow this use to occur, particularly in light of the fact that there is existing irrigation going on site, and it's been demonstrated or presented by the applicant that the water use will be equal or less than what was historically used. There was a comment made about protection of Latino workers, and there is provisions in the CMMLUO that people who are working in the cannabis industry are agricultural workers and are to be treated as such under state law. So that is incorporated into the ordinance as well. One of the other comments I wanted to make, and I made an error earlier in the conditions I flashed on the screen, were the conditions from an earlier version. We have since refined those. The correct conditions are included within the resolution. Those are conditions 22, 23, 24, and 25. There is no substantial change to any of those. It was really modifications for clarity. I would say that I thought we'd made it clear. You'd heard some testimony that the people in Carpinteria don't feel like the odor issues are being addressed, or that this process addresses those. And the difficult part from a regulatory standpoint in Santa Barbara County is that so many of their uses are not, or so many of the cultivation sites are not approved and are not subject to odor regulation. And we tried to make that really clear. There's only 2 that are approved. And in those 2, when you walk inside the greenhouse, there's tremendous odor, and on the outside there's not. And so that's kind of the evidence that we have. That was the testimony of staff. I think those are the areas that we needed to address.
Okay, so I suspect you might have some questions for you or Rodney and Cliff. So Supervisor Wilson, I think you had your hand up earlier. You forgot how to use the volume button too.
I did.
So did I.
So I was just, because Supervisor Bohn had jumped in about questions related to the sound of this and the reference to Ordinance 1. Is there a significant or any change with relationship to Ordinance 1 to version 2 in terms of the decibel requirements?
Ordinance 2, as I recall, does not allow an increase of more than 3 decibels.
More than 3 from existing?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see here. I do appreciate a lot of basically all of the conditions that have been put forth by staff. There are kind of the three additional, including the three additional proposed conditions. One of those has to do with the implementation of solar power system. I was just kind of wondering, it just basically requires a plan. Would there be a way to word this that it would actually require some implementation, or maybe I'm just not looking at it correctly?
I think Director Ford is pondering that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the condition. So basically what it requires them to do is to develop an energy budget for all the activities that are associated with the site. And then demonstrate that they're developing a solar array that's capable of meeting that need. One of the things that we're quiet on here is timing. And it can be before implementation or as part of implementation of the project, or you could give them some time, depending on what you wanted to do with that.
Okay. There's some questions and discussion about loss of ag associated with greenhouses, and we've had this discussion before this board. I wasn't a part of the board as Ordinance 1, but I was in part of Ordinance 2, and that was, what is the loss of ag related to or not related to greenhouses on prime ag soils. And can you remind me what what's our policy that came out of number 2 as opposed to Ordinance number 1?
Yeah.
And thanks.
Sure. So number 2 would require planting in the ground on prime ag soils. I want to make clear one of the things that separate provision outside of the CMM-LUO is that greenhouses on prime ag soils cannot have flowers. So somebody was mentioning, that there be concrete or flowers or gravel or whatever. That's not allowed on prime ag soils. Just note of clarification there.
So it can be elevated, the growing can be elevated off the prime ag soil. You just can't cover permanently cover it with ag.
They can basically put a planter box in there or a bag in there. That would be the alternative to putting it in the soil, but they can't build a floor. They can't build an elevated structure. They can't do anything that would disrupt the prime ag soil.
The next question, there was a reference or a question related to rodenticide, and we know that's been an issue. And again, I think, and I just mean in the county in general, I have no specific understanding of rodenticide on this project site, but can you reference where we are? Didn't that also get referenced in Ordinance 2, or I can't remember?
In 2.0, that is addressed as part of that. Really, that's also addressed in terms of licensing things that would be used that would be rodenticides. If you used a rodenticide on a legal crop, it would not pass inspection and be able to be sold in the state system.
I guess that's assuming that, really, rat poison. How would it get into the plant? I'm not really clear.
Well, I guess if you were to spread it around outside of where the actual growing area is,
yeah,
you're right. But
Okay.
if you were to use it in an enclosed space that somehow the plant picked it up, and that is one of the things that I commonly hear testified about cannabis, is that it is something that picks up everything that's in the soil and around it.
Except for now where this is a proposal for something not grown in the soil. So I guess they would be separate from that particular.
We could certainly add a condition, and there would be, I don't think, any opposition to that, to restrict the use of any rodenticide.
I'll let some other folks ask a few questions, and then I'll have some comments, questions.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell, you did have your hand up, but it's down now, so just wanted to check.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a question about the solar arrays. So one of the issues is that the view shed, and I would imagine the solar would go in the empty field. And also why renewable energy, is that something we couldn't require through Redwood Coast?
So currently this project is conditioned to buy the renewable energy. The idea that had been talked about, it has not been proposed, is to put solar arrays up on top of the old Simpson mill building. There is a few acres of area on top of that roof for a solar array. Otherwise, it could be put within the field.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I always thought the rodenticide was the main issue, was because if it gets in the plant can't be sold because it goes through testing it, so it'll be kicked out and will be and won't be able to be sold and has to be destroyed. And then because I always thought the rodenticide, the biggest issue was so it did not get into any of the vermin, any of the things like that, and then get picked up by raptors is what I always thought was the biggest fear. But maybe it's different. And I do know that this is conditioned to buy all 100% renewable from Redwood Coast Energy Authority. So I guess they could put a plan in for solar. And then I know we have, I mean, and I guess it doesn't matter, but we have put conditions on here to the extremes with the fans and with the odor controls and everything else, where you have to remember at one time they were going to be putting in hoop houses. And now they're doing, you know, gutter connect greenhouses, which are probably going to cost close to about 15 times more than a hoop house. So I think they're making a pretty steep investment into being able to support the fans, odor control, and light leak and along those lines. So I don't know. I worry about the solar. I know they can't put it up on top of the building. I know the Simpson building's pretty old, so I always worry about, they tell you can't put it on a building of a certain age. So I always wonder if that will support it, the extra weight. That's a pretty big coverage area there. Yeah, and I do like all the information of that came through on but on the EcoSorb, the EcoSorb was not always the prime. Wasn't carbon fiber, carbon filtration, if I remember, I went back to my notes. Wasn't it going to be carbon filtration at the last meeting? There was such a to-do or so many letters about the smell that they brought in the EcoSorb basically to meet the needs of the public. I know it was in there as a byproduct, but it was not going to be used unless the carbon filter, and now they had to bring it in because of neighborhood concerns, if I remember right.
So my recollection that the EcoSorb was proposed within the mitigated negative declaration is proposed as part of the project. Okay. So it has always been part of the odor mitigation.
My notes are scribbled, so okay. And that's fine. I just think they've, yeah, I'll have some more, I'm sure. I don't know if we can put the cost of everything we want. I mean, I know we want a trail. I know we want, you know, a lot of things from them. And so.
Supervisor Wilson and Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, on the project description, you know, that was passed through to us from the Planning Commission, there is 5.7 acres in the enclosed, gutter connected greenhouses, and that's kind of what we've been kind of circling around related to both, I think probably both, mostly smell and some sound, but then there's also the 2.3 acres of outdoor light deprivation cultivation. And I guess, is that maybe you can familiarize me with what methodologies for odor control would have been there, or what's the difference between those two?
So basically, the only difference in the greenhouses will be that in the 5.3 acres, there will be lights. And in the 5.7 acres, there'll be lights. In the 2.3 acres, there will not be lights. Otherwise, the greenhouses will be the same. That's part of the reason that we put condition 22 in. The first sentence says all cannabis cultivation shall be in enclosed greenhouses.
Oh, thank you. So the whole, whatever is approved, in terms of that condition, it would be that way.
Correct.
Okay. And that includes also, there's this 30,000 square feet of existing hoop houses dedicated to ancillary propagation. Is that not as much of an issue, or where does that fit into that discussion?
Propagation doesn't fit into that as an issue because the cannabis really only produces odor when it's flowering. Mm-hmm. So small plants aren't going to produce that kind of odor.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. My question is kind of like about what you just said, John. So do you know the intent of their ops plan of how they would flower? If they're flowering 8 acres all at once, the smell will be much larger. But if they intend to do 1 acre, 1 acre, 1 acre, 1 acre, the flowering smell would be much smaller and more controlled. Do you know?
My understanding is that they are going to stagger their cultivation cycles. So they're not going to do 8 acres at once, harvest all at once, and then replant all at once. They'll have a constant rotation.
Is there, I guess, any way we could confirm that?
Would you like to ask them? If you'd like to ask them that question, they certainly can.
Well, I'm waiting for him to pop on. There he comes.
Okay.
Eileen.
That's correct. We'll be staggering the plantings.
Okay. Do you know how large the plantings will be? Will it be about?
I think about a 1/4 acre at a time, and then just staggered over every week.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to thank staff for all their hard work and looking at all the issues and offering up some additional conditions. I also want to thank the applicant and the appellates for all their work to try and seek some compromises, to try and reduce impacts and meet community concerns. I think a lot of work's been done in that arena. I think it would have gone a lot smoother had that work initiated back when it was a 33-acre proposal that then got dropped down to 20-something, then down to 8. But at any rate, I do appreciate the work that everybody's been doing to try and find some reasonable compromise. I've read all the information submitted. I've listened to comments. And I have to say that I do believe that there has been reasonable information provided by experts that suggest that there may be unmitigated impacts here. And so I think the argument could be made for an EIR. And, we've seen recently with Rolling Meadows and other things where we've done these things with negative declarations and they really don't hold up all that well when challenged as compared to an EIR. So I do think that's really probably where we ought to be going. But I recognize that the appellants have offered up a compromise of a phased approach with 1 acre, with all the conditions that have been presented by the planning department. And if things go well with the neighborhood and the communities in regards to noise, odor, et cetera, then it could go to a maximum of 2 acres. So I would support that, as I did at our meeting last time. The whole idea of perfuming the heck out of this odor in order so you don't smell the cannabis. I mean, when I walk into a house, it's just been Febrezed. It's pretty intense, right? If somebody's wearing a tremendous amount of cologne or perfume or whatever, and they walk into a room, it gets pretty intense. And you may not smell the bad odors, But, those other things can be overwhelming as well. And I think we're dealing with a lot of experimental things at a very large scale that do concern me. And that's why I suggest that an EIR is needed. But at any rate, as I said before, I would be willing to support a 1 acre trial. And if everything goes well with all the conditions that have been recommended, that it could go up to a maximum of 2 acres. So I still stand by that position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we in, I'm trying to figure out if we're in questions or conversation. When I reached out, Supervisor Madrone, you had your hand up again.
Yeah, thank you. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the jobs issue. We all are concerned about jobs, and that issue has been brought up a lot. And it is a public health and safety issue, not just for this project, but for the entire Humboldt County economy and community. And I say that because when we see what's going on around the state, there is this big rush to get bigger and bigger. And really what that's all about is the commodity market. And there's even been local growers who are finding it hard to move their craft product because it's unique. Every plant's a little different when you grow outdoors and in the sun, et cetera. And so the commodity market is very different than the craft market. And commodities, the kind of thing like you grow flowers where every daffodil looks the same. And, out there in the bulk market, the way things are going in California, a lot of the distributors and buyers are looking for products that are consistent. But that's not what Humboldt's ever really been about. Humboldt's never really been about a commodity market. It's always been about a craft market, supporting small farmers and family farms, who, by the way, pay much better wages than are being paid at Sun Valley. So when we talk about jobs, it's not just an issue of the jobs that might be created or might be saved at Sun Valley. It's an issue of what about the jobs with all of our existing small craft family farms who pay better wages. And, we can force a lot of them out of business by just supporting large operations that are trying to move into the commodity market. So those are very important issues for me and much of the community when we talk about supporting small family farms and the craft products that they produce. I recognize that right now the consumer isn't really putting their money behind buying the craft product. And that's partly why many of the farmers are starting to look at, maybe I better move indoors and produce a commodity that is consistently the same across the board. But I don't think that's Humboldt's future. We're dealing with what right now is just a few states that have it legal, but you can't move the product across state boundaries. But that's going to change here within a year or two. The federal government will be getting behind legalization at some point. And when that happens, it's going to change the marketplace dramatically. And just like what happened in Napa, Sonoma, Mendocino, this stuff sorted itself out to where Napa made a decision early on to protect the small craft vineyards because of the high quality product they were making. And I hope that that's what the future of Humboldt County is. So, this jobs issue is a large one and it involves all of our farmers. And it's really a big difference between commodity versus craft. So I just wanted to share that in regards to the jobs issue.
Okay, thank you. I think where I wanted to start here. I think part of the challenge is, people have to go through the process for such a long time in planning and building that it's hard to continually change it on people. And it's kind of like, I think it's a good argument for definitely time to look at the 3.0 because you're seeing things that maybe we do differently. But that's not what we're operating with on this. So it's challenging for sure. I did want to mention when I spoke with the supervisor from Santa Barbara County, it was interesting because he did say that the buyer's product was not as good as they said it was, but he says it's effective from about 200 feet out very well. So he was saying, it's not going to, necessarily work at 30 feet, and this person actually lives next to the big operation as well. So while it may not, work at such small distances as 30 feet, from just his experience, and I have not talked to others that are in that neighborhood, and obviously there's been a lot of input, but you know, he lives himself, I think, about 1,200 feet from the property line. And so, you know, I'd like to think, I believe that it's effective at that distance. Of course, it's just, you know, I'm just trying to figure out, I felt more comfortable with it to see that it worked. But then again, I'm not an expert in this at all. So he's trying to figure out the middle ground. I'm trying. Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. I just have a follow-up question related to sound and the differential between Ordinance 1 and 2. John, have you seen in the application of Ordinance 2 in relationship to sound any significant differences in terms of how applicants and projects have mitigated in order to adapt to this 3 decibel change? And that's the difference in this case might be a little different because there are currently many fans being used out at the site now. I mean, when I went on a tour of the site, all the greenhouses had fans running in them currently. And so I was just kind of wondering, have you seen in locations where there is ostensibly no sounds, I suppose, except for maybe birds and the rustling of trees and things like that, have you seen it difficult for applicants to meet that 3 decibel threshold?
I don't think we've run across difficulties. Cliff or Rodney, if you've got insight on that. But I think the hardest part is establishing the baseline and then setting up what the standard's going to be and making sure that that gets monitored and where the monitoring location is.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would add is that, you know, where we've seen this closer to where there are sources of noise, you know, closer to major roads, those sort of things, that baseline for existing ambient noise is going to be higher. And when you go out into the hills, we've had some sites that are relatively large. They do a baseline and it's super quiet at the property line. Meanwhile, they're still planning on cultivating, you know, 500 or 600 feet away. And so it just, you know, that's kind of been our experience. We haven't run into any real issues so far with that.
So I guess my question would be, if this project was conditioned to meet the 3 decibel, you know, increase as a maximum, is that a significant impact on the project?
I don't think it is a significant impact on the project, no.
No, the only thing I would add is I think you would want to make it clear that it would be both that standard and the 60 decibels, because as you mentioned, the vans and the, you know, the roads out there, I know they're not heavily used, but you'd be surprised what 60 decibels is, you know, when you go out and do a noise measurement.
Right.
It's not that loud.
Okay.
Right. Any other supervisors have a question or comment? Supervisor Wilson, your hand's back up.
Sure. I mean, just to kind of keep this rolling, I want to, you know, reiterate that again, from my perspective, the community went through a process with the general plan. It was approved by our board based on input from the community, which would lead us to, you know, a 2-acre maximum, I believe. And I totally understand and think that there's a couple ways to go on this, and I don't think that there's been a huge misinterpretation. It's just there's multiple interpretations. Oh, I do have one more question about this before we move on. And John, I was wondering, did you check in with the city of Arcata at all with relationship to mitigations associated with traffic? And I know there was some issues and questions about that, and I'm wondering if you had communication. Could you relay if you had any, and what that might have been?
I did not personally talk to them, but one of the things that did come out of, I think, the applicant meeting with the city of Arcata is that condition number 15 requires the applicant to pay a proportional share of fees to the city of Arcata to alleviate the project's contribution to needed improvements at Foster Avenue, Alliance Road, and Sunset Avenue US 101 North ramps, consisting of $13,512 and $8,714 respectively. So there was an effort made there to pay a proportionate fair share to the construction of those, and I believe they're roundabouts.
And did the city offer any kind of, response, or what do you?
I've seen no formal response from the city on that.
Okay. So going back to where I was before, which was I'm still there with the 2 acres based on this, but I will say that I do really appreciate actually the mitigation levels that we're talking about for this. Really sets a standard, no matter what happens here today, for not just this county, but any place that really looks to do anything near humans at this level. So I also am very supportive of, again, the additional mitigations with, hopefully, if the board is moving forward with something in this regard, then with regards to the solar power array, and I will address that question about where that is appropriate or not appropriate. And I will say that while we can buy 100% renewable energy, it's an investment for the most part in renewable energy projects external to what actually supplies this power. But that's all we have available to us in the current context, and it's all power on the power grid. The electrons that vibrate to create electricity for our lights, 80% of that comes from our natural gas power plant, and another 20%, maybe less than that, comes from an assortment of biomass and other renewable energy projects around the county. So really, almost all of it comes from natural gas, frankly. And so if we can encourage in these projects and help move forward self-reliance at this level, then we should be, I think we should do that. And this is the case where there's a location that has the space and the infrastructure to support that. So I would hope that we do that. I would also ask that whatever comes out of this, that we ask that there be a condition related both to rodenticide and the sound, that we match Ordinance 2 on both of those things. I don't think that's too much to ask. And I have to say, no matter what, when these Ordinance 1 projects are coming through the system, we did Ordinance 2 many years ago. This is a conditional use permit in a special zone. Applicants should understand, I think, that it is a moving target. I get that, and that's hard to deal with. But understanding that when you're in these special zones up against these with these more urbanized areas, whether it's Arcata or Fortuna or Eureka, that these are conditional use permits, and so those conditions are different, and it's just a different space to be in. So that's where I am on this. I'm hoping we can settle on something out of this. I'm still at 2 acres, and if anyone wants to, if we can pull a third vote in that direction, then that's where we can go. but let's see where we go from here.
I believe Director Ford had an answer for you, then I'd like to make a comment.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Supervisor Wilson, I do want to point out that condition 12 of the under, I believe, general conditions is the second set of conditions, but it says refrain from the improper storage or use of any fuels, fertilizer, pesticide, fungicide, rodenticide, or herbicide. If you'd like that to be made stronger, we can certainly do that, but that is a standard condition that we apply to all cannabis permits.
I know the state has banned certain rodenticides already in this process. Do we as the county, have we offered anything more stringent than the state in terms of rodenticides currently?
We have not.
And okay, I appreciate that. So no, that probably, although I don't have specific language, it's going to make that a harder line to draw. If we can think of something in the next 10 minutes, I suppose that could happen. But I do believe that we really need to eliminate rodenticides on these sort of at this level. I mean, it's not an absolute in terms of like everything, but I will say that in sort of general practice, we need to move away from that.
All right, so I wanted to revisit one of the reasons why we're here today is we had the long discussion last time about 1 acre, 2 max, or could we go higher, or who is interested in continuing the conversation. And we are here because we have asked to have information brought back on the odor, in specific, but of course we've been receiving much more than we do want to consider. So I guess what I'm saying is, and there are certainly a lot of conditions on the project. I am just curious, and maybe this is just, I don't want to be so bold, but I'd like to ask someone from Sun Valley's team, because I don't know where this is going to go. I can see where part of it could go, but I would like to ask someone, whether it's Lane or not, before I had mentioned the 5.7, is that something that could potentially work? What we've got, I'm trying to find middle ground, and middle ground is not all the way down to 1 and then 1 max, but I understand it. I'm just trying to pull the pieces of the conversation together that we had last time, and I just would really like some feedback, because if that's we could talk all day long and never get anywhere. It could happen. So Lane, what can I ask you your
this seems like deja vu. We were sitting at the exact same spot around the same hour 3 weeks ago, having the exact same conversation where we are right now. And last time, the concern was odor. And I believe Supervisor Bushnell wanted to know from Director Ford to check out if this odor system was effective. Director Ford did just that. He checked with the County of Santa Barbara.
Actually, Lane, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I asked a specific question, and I understand where you're going, but I have to go back. Would you consider that 5.7 again, just a simple yes or no? And if it's a no, that's fine. If it's a yes, and then we go back to our conversation.
Under a phased approach, 5.7 is the first phase, 2.3 is the second phase. Is something we would be willing to listen to. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, this is an interesting process and trying to keep people and not, this is so much fun. So there's that option as well. Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I think, John, we have to remember super rodenticides were banned basically in 2014, and it didn't work very well. They were extremely banned with a new series, and they came in after January 1st, 2021. They are no longer for sale, and I don't think you can no longer have them in your possession. and they cannot be at any of our legal grow sites. Rodenticides are not allowed at grow sites. They have gone to traps, water traps, everything else from what I understand, but rodenticides are not. So I don't know if that has to be there. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the phased-in approach of 5.7 acres. And the reason I feel comfortable with that, on page 5 of the report, it has the 5 or 6, it has the cycles of harvesting. And the harvesting, when they come into flower, basically, they've got about a month when they smell. There's going to be less than 15% into the flower stage, into the problem where it can cause an issue. So I think the sound system and to follow what, it was kind of funny, I was going to follow what Lane said. I remember we extended this because we seemed okay with everything, but the smell was the big thing. Now we're back onto ag, we're back onto this. So what I'd like to do is do the 5.7 of the mixed light with the connect gutter systems, and then phase in the 2.3. With that, I would like to see if we could do the trail. I think there was something at the Planning Commission about the conditional use permit on the trail, but I don't know. I'm going back through my notes, but that, and I would like to see what the applicant can do moving towards solar. What we're doing is, I know we're talking about, I know Supervisor Bast and everything else said it perfectly. We need to meet halfway. And originally this was 33 and it got down to cut down. So let's cut that to 16.5 if we want to meet halfway. Then we cut that 22 down to, now we're down to 8. So I mean, we cut this half up anymore. The baby's out with the bathwater. So I think the answer on the smell was answered very well through Santa Barbara. And so I would like to see, as I can't remember what speaker said it, it would be cost effective for them to go solar. But I think that will be a decision they have to make, because with the curved roofs on the greenhouses, we're having them put in. And if the solar doesn't pass muster up on top of the building, then we're going to cover more ag land. And I think somebody mentioned the site view of more solar, but we have the availability to buy. As Mike said, it's all in exchange. And I've said that since day one. So I'm glad to see you agree with that. But
So
my motion is basically 5.7 with a phase in of the 2.3 upon our realization that there is no smell, or our approval of the smell mitigation that's made. And if we can work on the trail and work with the applicant on a solar plan, but we're having them put quite a bit, just for a second, there's quite a bit of money going in the greenhouse. I don't know if we can dump $30 million at this or whatever it costs. So.
Okay, if I heard you correctly, you made a motion for a phased-in approach starting with the 5.3, then
5.7 first with the phase-in of the 2.3.
But then you added just one of the conditions, so I'm not sure if that is.
I'm okay with the road condition. I think a one no vote from the Planning Commission was because they didn't get the road. I would almost bet just by the way he felt that night, and I appreciate him looking at that. And as far as the traffic study, I mean, I'm okay with that, because I know when I was out at the bull, when I was doing business with the bull farm, at one time they employed 675 people. They employ 450 now. So if they're going to add 70, that's 520. I know they got that 670 in there somehow, so I'm sure they can get these other ones in.
I think
So
we
the
have a
motion
motion. And Sean, I'm your director forward, and then Tracy is the one who gets to capture whatever does come forward. And there's not a second yet, but I'd like to make sure we have a clarity on that motion.
So just to be clear, if I could, we totally understand the 5.7, 2.3 phase. And I would add clarity that the 2.3 can be added after a 1-year period of operating in compliance with all conditions of approval, so that there is that benchmark there. I think the condition on the trail, and I want to be clear on this, is the way the condition is currently worded. It's dedication of an easement. It's not construction of the trail. because construction would require a separate CEQA process.
Can I put one flyer in there? If the trail isn't built within 5 years, it will revert back to the property owner and they can use it for ag or whatever else they want, because obviously it can't be built. I don't think we should tie up land just to tie it up to say we tied it up.
Supervisor Wilson, you wanted to add to that?
No, I mean, I would disagree with that reversion. It takes a long time to build trails, as we all know, and most of this is that easement is right alongside the road. It's basically the old railroad, so I can't imagine it has any ag value. So
okay, can we figure out, maybe we don't have a motion yet, because I'm not, we're really getting into conversation. I hear that Supervisor Bohn would like to make a motion. So I just don't know if Tracy has been able to capture something, and we still don't have a second. So I'm going to ask Tracy what she is hearing and just try to see if it's capturing what Supervisor Bohn is trying to say.
So what I am hearing is staff recommendations, which would include items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, with a phase 2.3 after 1 year of the 5.7 acres, and after 1 year in operation, phased in 2.3, and the investigation of solar options.
Sound pretty
Well,
close?
I that's what I wanted to clarify. It's like, what does it mean to investigate?
Right.
Because I mean, what the condition states is that construct the solar arrays, and I could certainly see giving them some time to do that because of the cost. But you know, to investigate could be, and I don't think that the applicant would do this, but could be a 30-second conversation, and that's done. So if the board is looking to really try to move this project towards having solar, then there should be some direction there that results in something concrete.
I see, before you speak, Lane, would a supervisor have a question, or the director forward, because I saw Lane's face pop on. If there is a specific question on the solar, then that would be good. Well, I guess I can ask the question. You've heard what Director Ford said, and you've heard what Supervisor Bohn said. What are your feelings or thoughts, or the likelihood of how you'd approach a solar array?
Yeah, I go beyond investigation. We are committed to solar, and we will commit to having this project in solar within 5 years.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you, Lane.
Thank you.
And Supervisor, I think Madrone is first, and then Wilson. And we're still, I think, do we have I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to the motion again, because I feel like we've kind of like lost it there. So Tracy, you read the motion, Director Ford clarified.
Change it to 5 years. So we'll be under solar power in 5 years.
Okay. Is there a second yet to the motion? I'm not.
No. I have a question, not a second.
Okay, there's not a second yet, so we're going to go back to some discussion, but hold that thought, Supervisor Bohn. I had Supervisor Madrone, then Wilson, then Bushnell, unless because Supervisor Bushnell has a question, not necessarily a decision.
No, they're first. They're first.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone.
Well, what the lineup of hands we got there going. So, again, I appreciate the discussion. And, you know, there are a lot of people who would actually be flipping cartwheels to get a 1 acre and possibly a 2 acre entitlement for a cannabis grow. I know that's not the case here, and I'm not trying to disparage anybody for not feeling that way. I don't see a lot of appetite here at the board for an EIR, even though I believe this mitigated negative deck is vulnerable. And, you know, if you see what happened with Rolling Meadows, they might have gotten their project approved, but that didn't mean they're able to go forward per se. And I can't get into all the details on that, but approval here today doesn't necessarily mean you've got a project you can proceed with. What's been offered here today, I believe there could be unanimous support for doing a phased approach with a small startup. And I might even be willing to accept a 1 acre startup, test all the systems, add those conditions that we've talked about here. I think there's some 20 some conditions. And if things are working well with the neighborhood, phase up to 2 acres. And if at 2 acres, things continue to work really well with the neighborhood, come back and phase it up to 3 or 4 acres. I mean, why not do a phased approach with this and show the neighborhood and the community that it can be done right and done well by them? That's the kind of a thing that would actually give you a guarantee of moving forward with a project like, tomorrow or whenever, right? Whereas without that, if we try to push this 8 acres through, I doubt that it's going to be all that clean that this is the final decision on this project here today. I'm certainly not encouraging or recommending anybody to file a lawsuit or litigation. But the way things have been going, when you see this kind of community engagement and organization, it is not unlikely that some additional steps might happen, which would basically stall anything for another year or two potentially. So anyway, I'm just offering that up, as a compromise, that I would even be willing to go bigger, but I want to do it in a phased approach where we assure the neighborhood through actual operations that these things are controlled and can meet their concerns. So I'm putting that out on the table to see if there is a possibility that we might be able to go that direction.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I was just going to offer a potential process suggestion whereby which there's a main motion made, and if it's seconded, that we may want to consider amending motions for whatever conditions we may want or not want in that process, because otherwise we're going to be it'll help control the flow of this conversation. Just an offer.
Yeah, it's thank you. Remember that. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I'm clear of the trail verbiage for the motion.
With the what? I'm sorry. What did you say?
The trail. Rex had said something about if it's not constructed within 5 years, it reverts back to the property. Did that get in the motion, owner? So no.
No motion.
I think the recognition is that trails. Yeah. There's not a motion now because it hasn't been seconded.
So
but,
I would. Well, I don't want to second Rex's motion, but can I make another one?
Mine's off the table.
Okay, so I would make a motion that we approve the 5.7 acres with a 1 acre phase in at that time. So if you're going to do quarter acre, that's 4 months. And if that's working well, then phase in 2 acre, another acre, if that's the smell's working, and so forth and so on until you're up to your 5.7 acres. With the solar array committed in 5 years. The easement, if the trail doesn't get built, Mike, what would you think would be a reasonable time?
Well, some of these trails we've been working on for 20 years. So, I mean,
how long is this trail?
Oh, it's just along Foster Avenue for the most part. It's not that long, but you just don't know. And it's just an easement. It's just an access easement. So I don't think it doesn't cost anything. That I mean, obviously it's like it has value. I get that, but in terms of like dollars, I'm not clear where that is relative to all of the other things that are material costs associated with this project. I'm not clear where this is the big one.
Maybe I'll ask Director Ford, who would be responsible for constructing the trail?
A combination of the county of Humboldt and the city of Arcata.
Well, that does take a while.
Well, I don't think that the applicant should have to hold out forever if the trail doesn't get built. I don't know what an acceptable time is. 5 years for, is it a mile?
Probably 2.
Again, you just don't know.
But a lot of the problem is getting the access and getting the easements and getting all that done, right? So
yeah, I mean,
you already have that with the property owner, so.
Okay, so continue on with your motion.
Okay, so I don't know about the trail, but 5.7 acres, 1 acre, and then phase in another acre and so forth and so on, as long as the smell mitigation holds up.
Is there a second?
And the sound, of course, you would have to, you know.
I'm going to second for discussion, but I've got some concerns. I'm going to talk to the applicant if.
Okay. And there's a second. Supervisor Wilson did have his hand up, then Supervisor Bohn, I'll come back to you for the applicant question.
Yeah, I want to also make, my strong pitch for the dedicated easement associated with the APNs, 5.0s, whatever the ones, basically number 2 in here. It's basically an open space and organic farming easement, which is basically the land between the project and the neighborhood. As you know, there's been concerns over the years about the Sun Valley's use of herbicides and pesticides associated with their products, and much of that has changed. And I want to acknowledge that has been ever evolving in the right direction. But nonetheless, it was brought up before. I believe the applicant is already using it in that functional way, and so the preservation of that as an open space and again an organic easement would be something that I think would really alleviate some concerns from certainly the direct neighbors.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn had a question for the applicant.
And I know that every acronym and everything else has been taking samples because I spend quite a bit of time on the bottoms, especially during the rainy season, and been taking samples of trees and everything else. And I keep hearing about all the pesticides and all the chemicals and they can't have that. You guys understand, that cannabis, when it gets sent off to be shipped, a lot of it gets shipped back because they have issues, even down to insect wings. So I keep hearing about all these bad things they put out there, but I guess I've never seen where they've been charged or any OSHA rules or anything else like that. So I don't know if there's any proof to that or if we just keep throwing it out there because they're growing plants and they must be spraying. So I don't know. I don't know if we can put a restriction on. We know they're not going to build houses there because, but and if they want to, and the people want to live next to greenhouses, but it's ag and it's going to be tougher than hell to do. So, and we know we can't put goats over there because we had the goats already. So
Supervisor Bohn,
I don't know what we want to do about restricting their lands anymore.
Supervisor Bohn, you mentioned having a question for the applicant. Do you have a question for the applicants?
Yeah, and you're talking about, I wanted to ask Land, if you're going to start with 1 acre, that's going to be about 10 greenhouses. And then, because the biggest problem we have here is scale and cost. These things aren't built in Arcata, and the workforce that puts them together isn't from here. I think they come from the Midwest, if I remember right. So are we going to just keep bringing them back and forth? I think this was going to be a element to scale and bring people in. And I guess I'm trying to ask if 4 months is enough time, you build 10, then you'll be ready to build the next 10, or how long is the test case for the neighborhood here?
And Supervisor Bohn,
I'm trying to see how that'll work.
Before you ask that, Supervisor Bushnell seems to want to get your attention.
No, so in our previous discussion before the appeal was continued, I had asked Director Ford if I don't think they have to be built separately. They can be built all at once, but If he trusts his program, then he would be restricted on the grow cycle, 1 acre grow cycle, and phase in the grow cycle. I had asked Rick for that earlier.
I
Maybe
agree
he
with
can
that.
clarify.
I agree with that, but you know as well as I do, it's kind of like buying a truck you're not running. You can't pay for it unless it's working. And that's, I mean, the investment you make on the greenhouse, you're trying to make it working, a working piece of land. So
Okay.
that's all I'm saying. He's going to have the cash outlay for 5.7.
It's 4 months. It's 4 months, 1 cycle. So I mean, it's going to be the grow cycle, 4 months flowering. If it's good, he can go to the second phase. He said a 1/4 acre.
Okay. So Supervisor Bohn, did you still have a question for Lane? I mean, I think you mentioned, I think you're talking about that it's expensive to do it over time for the greenhouses, but did you want Lane to comment?
I just don't know if it can be done that way, cost effective. I mean, somewhere in there, we have to look at the applicants, what his cost outlays are. I mean, somewhere, don't we? Especially if he's going to get there anyway, but we would just want to squeeze as much blood out of him as possible and look as well as we can to the people. So I don't know.
Well, I think we're trying to get to enough votes to try to move something forward if possible, maybe if not possible. And I think Supervisor Bushnell was making an attempt to
No. I fully agree. But if the applicant can't do it that way, then it doesn't. I mean, it's a great motion. I think it's genius. But right. I'm just saying, if the applicant can't do it.
Well, and there's a can't and there's a won't. So, Ms. Lane, if you wanted to.
It's not completely clear to me what Supervisor Bushnell's motion is. So is Supervisor Bushnell proposing a first phase of 5.7, but you only plant a 1/4 acre of those 5.7 with cannabis? Is that, or are you proposing building 1 acre of greenhouses?
So my motion is for your project of 5.7 acres. You can build the 5.7 acres of greenhouses, structures, but you would plant in a phase cycle of 1 acre, make sure your smell mitigation works, and then if that works, go to your second acre. And I think if you get into 2 acres and the smell's working, we could phase it out for the rest of your project of 5.7 acres. No, I'm not saying a 1/4 acre.
So your motion indicates a total greenhouse space of 5.7 acres.
Yes.
Okay. Wait, hold on a second. Tracy's got her hand up, Rex, and then so Tracy, and then Supervisor Bohn, and yes, Tracy.
I would just like to restate the original motion that I captured because there's been some conversation afterwards. So I just want to be clear from this point moving forward. The motion would be the staff recommendations with a phased plan of 1 acre per year until the 5.7 acres is reached, as long as the operation is in compliance.
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
So that's a good thing to check on, Tracy. So Supervisor Bushnell.
John, you understand what I'm saying?
I think I do.
Okay.
So the motion is to approve staff recommendation for a total cultivation area of 5.7 acres, which the greenhouses of which may be constructed all at once. Authority to cultivate is limited in the first phase to 1 acre with 4 cycles.
No. No. So 1 acre for 1 cycle. He had said a 1/4 acre. Once that is done and the smell is holding, to continue to the next acre. So not 4 cycles, no.
Okay.
That would be a 1.5 years or something.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So for the first phase will be 1 acre.
Completion, a complete grow of 1 acre with the smell mitigation working.
Once that entire acre has been planted, cultivated, and harvested in compliance with the permit, a second acre is authorized. The same process shall be followed for the now 2 acre approval. And if that is done in compliance with the conditions of approval, the full authorization for 5.7 acres may then be planted.
Correct.
Tracy, did you capture that?
So I want to ask John one question before she says that. So that would include the conditions that you have put forth would be extra, going out there and checking and all that, right?
New condition number 26.
That would be staff recommendations, correct?
Yep.
Plus the one. Okay, thank you.
So Virginia.
Yes, Tracy.
I think John can help me with that, but yes, that is the motion. My question is though, about reaching the commitment of solar in 5 years. That was part of the initial. And then there was talk about an easement from Supervisor Wilson, but I'm not sure if that was part of the motion. So if you could clarify, Michelle, on that aspect.
Can I ask Director Ford, the easement is in staff recommendations?
It was not put into the staff recommendation. It was included in the staff report because that was discussed by the board as an option.
I'm good with my motion the way it is.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn and then Supervisor Wilson. And
as the seconder and asking the first, after the 5.7 are in of the greenhouses, will they be able to phase in the 2.3 of the non-powered light depth for their total of 8 acres?
I'm not comfortable with it, no. 5.7.
Okay, I have a question on the, not a question on the trail. I actually would support the trail easement being in there because I think that is something that will be of a benefit for the neighbors and others as well. And I would like to see that in there personally. I know it's not in the current motion. It's just my thoughts on that.
So John, how would we put that in there?
Well, we included as an optional condition the requirement to install or to dedicate the easement. We did not put a construction requirement in there.
Page 5 of 6.
If it is the board's desire to see that constructed, we would need to modify that condition to require that trail be constructed after completing a CEQA analysis and getting all appropriate permits to construct that within a reasonable period of time.
But not to the expense of the applicant? The construction portion?
That would be at the expense of the applicant.
I think we're already asking a lot of the guy.
So then the way it is phrased right now is that they just simply dedicate the easement.
I'm okay with
And then
that.
it's up to the county to construct the easement.
Yes, I'm okay with that, but I'm not okay with requiring the applicant to pay for it now.
Yeah, no, and I wasn't suggesting that in there either because I thought it would be the county and City of Arcata. Supervisor Wilson. And then Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. Like I mentioned before, an option would be an amending motion, but I hear so on this assumes all the conditions that have been put into the staff report, except for these 3, which are the optional ones, and it assumes 2 of those, which is so far anyway, basically the solar power plan with a commitment to build in 5 years, as well as the trail easement. I still believe I don't think it's a stretch to ask for the open space and organic farming easement on the parcels that are next door to that. I think it's something I believe the applicant has already been doing on that site. It's something that will really help the neighborhood be put at ease in a lot of these issues. It doesn't have to do with the organic or non-organic issue with relationship to growing cannabis. It's referring to future uses and the protections and that buffer between those two spaces. I think it's pretty important. I'd be willing to make an amending motion to ask for that. And then I'm also wondering about if Supervisor Bushnell was, I think you had mentioned about the sound and meeting the Ordinance 2 sound requirements, which is the no net increase of 3 decibels. And I'm hoping that gets recorded in this discussion.
All right, so
can I, Virginia, I want to ask Lane about if I could, what Mike just said. I think we're already requiring a lot, and I'm not willing to go to the 8 acres. So I didn't put that in my motion, but I want to ask what he thinks.
I would agree with that, Supervisor Bushnell.
Okay.
There's a lot to ask, and yeah, we currently grow organic quinoa on that field, but I don't want to be restricted what I do to that field in the future.
Okay.
Lane?
Yes.
Yes.
Lane, since the trail and when they build it, you're not paying for anything else. Do you mind just giving them the easement, and in 20 years when they get around to it, are you okay with that?
I'm fine with deeding the easement of that trail.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yep.
So can I ask a clarifying question with Mike's statement? John, any future use of that field would have to go through the same process, yes or no?
Purely agricultural uses would not be regulated.
Okay.
So okay. I want to go back to making sure that Tracy and John have
right,
heard
following
relationship to the sound, the 3 decibels, and making sure that's in there. I think it is important, this conservation easement. I hear what the applicant is saying. I know that the neighbors have real concerns about that, and I think it's a value. I'm willing to make an amending motion towards that. What that would mean is that if we vote for it as an amending motion, then it's attached to the main motion, and it's basically that's where it sits.
So isn't the easement in there? I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm talking about the easement for the organic easement.
No, I'm not. Well, I know I'm not going to support that.
I know you're not going to support it, but an amending motion could basically attach it, and then we'd have to decide where to go from there. So I'm just wondering if that's amenable, and if the chair is amenable to an amending motion.
You know, this is the language from Coastal Commission. Because I'm going, okay, we got amending motions, and I know it's also instead it used to be kind of a friendly motion. So
well, it's in our I believe it's in our
right. It's our new things that we're going to be adopting.
In the future,
it just wasn't in front of me today. I think it'd be, quite frankly, I think we should. I'm fine with it. I don't know where it'd go. I'd like to hear what.
I'm a no if that's the amended motion. So I don't know if we get 3 votes.
I vote.
Well, I'm yes, Rex.
We just heard the applicant who just now is down from 33 to 5.7 acres, and changing his greenhouse covers and all else, say no to it. Just gave us your trail easement. I mow my lawn every week, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to be really reluctant if my neighbors all get together and tell me to mow my lawn every week. So I don't think we can put that kind of restriction on somebody else's.
But you're not asking your neighbors for a conditional use permit. I'm just saying.
I'm a no.
Okay, I want to ask the applicant, because I can hear, Elaine, if you want to come on. I know it's not something you want to do. I can personally understand Supervisor Bohn and Bushnell's thought. I can also understand Supervisor Wilson. And I don't know if there's wiggle room in there at all. You know, I just wanted to ask you, would you do a smaller, something else? I think the idea is to provide a level of comfort to the neighbors that, you know, this property is not going to turn into more cannabis or whatever. I mean, and I'm putting Wilson's shaking his head.
It can't turn into more cannabis. It has to go through the process.
Okay, excuse me, Michelle. I was trying to clarify. They're afraid it's to be left fallow, or I don't know. So Mike, tell us, what is it you think the neighbors are afraid of or need this for? I mean, if it can't be cannabis, what are the concerns that are being brought forward with your amendment or your suggested amendment?
Okay, so there has been a history of conflict associated with Sun Valley, and I'm not going to go into the validity of those conflicts, and Lane knows that these conversations are deep, and there's been a lot of them. And it has to do with herbicide and pesticide use in the past. And I do not know about the current context of that. And I'm not laying blame in any way, shape, or form in this context. So I want to be real clear about that. But I want to also say that there's a lot of anxiety about that from neighbors and has been for a long time. And I believe that this buffer would help alleviate that anxiety. And this is the time when we can help, create that space for good neighbors. And I think this would go a long ways. And I think, and I don't think personally, I think it would protect the farm that's also next door. You have an organic farm that's on the other side of this. I think it's just an extension of that use. I think it's reasonable. I think if we, if there's an extension of that gesture, then I think that will be very helpful in this process. And that's where I'm at. That's where I'm pretty firm on it.
May I say something?
Yes. I was going to ask you your thoughts on what you just heard.
Thank you. The Planning Commission already conditioned that we plant a buffer zone of trees along that complete eastern property line. And so we, in essence, are creating a buffer zone as it is. And so the thickness at which we make that buffer zone, I mean, we can have a conversation about that, but to be restricted on 60 acres of land, what I can grow on it and what I cannot grow on it, I don't think that, I believe that goes a little far. Now, that all being said, we have been growing organic quinoa on that field for the last 3 years, and we may continue to do so. But if the quinoa market sinks and we are forced to do something else, and now I can't do anything with that field, I just don't want to be backed in a corner. I guess that's really where this comes down to. But yeah, so anyway, thank you.
Through the chair, if I may respond, I'm not asking and I apologize to Supervisor Bushnell, has her hand up. I'm not asking the applicant to what to grow on that site. That is, it is purely related to organic and in open space. And so that's really where it's at. And I think that's, again, I'm going to say, I believe it's reasonable. I believe the neighbors would feel a lot better about this if that was the case. I apologize that this is a bit long-winded in pushing for that and never even got into the part where we haven't negotiated necessarily or talked about what those windrows, what the tree lines would actually be. If we want to go into that, I would much prefer that those were minimally 50 feet wide and planted with natives. I think it would be really important and it would be helpful for the wildlife of the area. But I don't know. I mean, hopefully it's not a bunch of cypress or something. And I'm hoping that there's a plan associated with that. And I would ask that maybe that would be a condition. But going back to this, I think it's important. I think we can do it. I don't think it's going to stop the applicant from doing their project. And it will make better fences.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell, then Madrone.
So I just kind of have a question. So if the issue is rodent stuff and spray, is that something that could be, instead of complete or organic in nature, because that limits also other things, is that something that you think the neighbors are specific about? And then also, you said you weren't going to support anything over 2 acres. Does that mean you're going to support this motion with your amendment?
That's a very good question. So now you're playing hardball. So, okay. So I would say, it is pretty important to me. And I guess that's an interesting quandary. I still really am not very interested in anything over 2 acres, but I really would like us to see us get into this space where we can make this an organic easement. And again, if we can actually get some planned windrows associated with the trees, that would be really great. As opposed to just kind of like just saying trees. I just don't know what that's going to be, and I think there's so much more function. I know that the farm adjacent to that has planted their windrow and has done a really good job, and has done it in a way that supports native plants and native species, and I think we should be encouraging that as well. So
the answer is no. You're not going to support the motion even with your amendment.
Well, that's why I'd like to make an amending motion so that we can actually put it in there first, and then we can move from there.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you,
I have one more question. So with the tree planting, Director Ford, does he have stuff he has to already abide by with probably CDFW or somebody, I would think?
No, actually, it was a condition through the chair, sorry, that was imposed by the Planning Commission. The applicant shall plant native tree species along the eastern boundaries of parcels 12 and 22 in order to establish a visual buffer between the project site and the neighborhoods to the east. The trees must be planted outside the PG&E gas line easement that run along said parcel boundaries. Native tree species selection is subject to review and approval of the Planning and Building Department prior to planting.
So that's already taken care of.
And what width? Is there a width that's been determined for that?
There is no width specified.
so this amending motion that you're asking us to do, because it's just a little different than what our process had been. So I apologize for and the lack of sleep here. But so
Jefferson wants to jump in, so I want to.
Okay, thank you, Jefferson.
Chair, if I may, and now I'm referring to the new rules. Basically, at this point, the friendly amendment has failed. So if Supervisor Wilson would like to amend it, he will need a second, and it will require formal action.
Can I ask a question? We got a first and second on my motion, and we didn't vote. So how did it fail?
No,
that's not what.
Through the chair, I'm saying Supervisor Wilson's friendly amendment has failed.
Oh.
If he wishes to amend your motion, he needs a formal second.
Right.
And then we talk about it. Right.
And we vote on it. Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly. So I'm going to.
And you can still say yes or no to a project. You're saying no, but if we get that amendment in it, then we can still have the conversation.
That's correct. So I'll make the motion that we do number 2 here, which is the applicant shall record conservation, open space easement, and or organic farming easement over the entirety of APNs 506-231-002 and 505-151-012. And I'm asking for a second.
Second.
Okay. And I just want to ask a question again of Jefferson, because this is a little bit different. So we vote on this, and if it gets a positive, then what happens? Does that then become part of the other discussion, or does it automatically become part of the motion?
So Chair, at this point, you have an amended motion which you can discuss and vote on. If it passes, it will pass as amended. If it fails, the original motion could be made again. But at this point, you have a modified motion, an amended motion.
Supervisor Bohn? Oh, I'm sorry. And Supervisor Madrone, I actually...
Yes. Yeah, I had a statement I wanted to make beyond the second. Thank you, Chair Bass. Yeah, it's, you know, we're starting to use our modified rules. This is part of those rules where if you get a modified motion with a second, then you vote on that motion first, and then you go back to the original motion. That's the way the parliamentary procedure works with those rules. Now, I just want to say that, you know, my understanding is this field that we're talking about, where Supervisor Wilson would like to see this conservation easement that was drawn up in the staff report as an option for organic, that this field has had Roundup used on it in the past, and that was one of the primary concerns. I certainly know that if I had 60 acres next to me that Roundup was being sprayed on, which is a known carcinogen, that's the issue of multiple lawsuits with Monsanto over the use of this chemical. I would not be very happy with the use of those chemicals near my property. And so I think it's an important motion. I think it's an important issue. And, you know, it's a reasonable thing to do next to that neighborhood.
Okay, we've had, okay, Supervisor Bohn, you're next, and then, oh, Jefferson, sorry, then Jefferson gets to go first, then Supervisor Bohn. Rex? You're muted. We don't read lips very well.
Elaine, if I could trouble you, how does a piece of property that's been, as some people are saying, inundated with Roundup be able to have organic quinoa after, because there would be residual on that land forever? So I know we keep going on that and on that, but I'm just trying to figure out, is that possible? Or, I mean, I'm hearing more accusations and no proof. So
this field in question, which is on the east side of the project, has been certified by CCOF at least 3 years ago. And so this has had an organic certification for at least 3 years.
Can you, Lane, I'm just wondering, can you spray Roundup on a piece of property and then immediately after have it certified organic?
Certainly not. You know, in order to get a CCOF certification, and no chemicals of any type, no synthetic fertilizer of any type can be applied for a period of at least 3 years.
Okay, Jefferson, you had something you wanted to say? There's a question.
I just wanted to clarify the amended motion. Your board can discuss that, and you vote first whether to support the amended motion. If that vote passes, then you would vote, if you want to pass the first motion as amended. If it fails, then you would just vote on the original motion.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Michelle's fine. Jefferson, I want to ask, have we adopted those new board ordinances?
I don't think we have.
I'm sorry, the
motion that Mike made is in the new bylaws, right? Have we adopted those?
Your board adopted your new rules of procedure. They're going to come back consolidated with the code of conduct, but you have adopted Rosenberg's rules.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and Supervisor Madrone, and I just, yeah, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you. Yeah, so rather than talking around it, I'll just ask Lane directly. When was the last time Roundup was used on that field, Lane?
At least 10 years ago.
Okay, yeah, so there is a past history of the use. I appreciate that you work towards stopping that use and working with the neighborhood. Thank you very much for that.
Call for the
Okay,
question.
so
You're very welcome, Supervisor Madrone.
So this is interesting, this amended motion. Too bad it's so late in the day that it feels like I have a blended brain. But it's hard because I can understand the Lane does not really want to do this, and I can understand why, because it could impact his future use. But I've always believed that it's important to do what you can to work with the neighborhoods, and so I did not want to support this concept, but I feel like, if we are moving ahead for the neighbors to have a better sense that at least we listened as best we could and tried to come up with something that's in between. That's all. Supervisor Bohn?
John, did the neighbors ask for this, or did this come from us? I'm looking for the ask from the neighbor. I never heard this mentioned in any of the public, and I didn't hear it mentioned at the planning commission. So if we're trying to appease the neighbors, I'm not trying to take, and if they did, then that's fine. But it sounds like we're throwing things at it to appease them. I just want, since we're looking for clarity.
It may have been in a letter, but it was more specifically brought up at the last board meeting.
That clarifies things.
And I just wanted to say where I'm coming from, and I know it's not a popular position in some ways here, but I do know the importance of working with neighbors. Even if the neighbors don't ask for it, it is an adjustment for them. And so I personally would like that, especially if we can get them the 5.7. Anyway, I'm just, right now I'm feeling that I know it's not what Lane wants to do. I'm just trying to find the middle ground for me, because that's I'm trying to draw the sides together. It's a no-win. Yes, Lane.
Can I make a suggestion? If we look at the parcel of land just directly next to the neighborhood, which is not the full 60 acres, but it's a smaller plot of land, and could we have a conversation about making that a conservation easement and keep the 8 acres?
Well, the 8 acres, Supervisor Bushnell said she can't support the 8 acres. So, unless that changed, I don't know. Supervisor Bushnell?
What did you say, Rex?
No, I was just interesting, I said.
So is there a way that, so the organic farming would restrict, I would hope you would never use Roundup again. But I get, Lane, what is your intent? So what would be your intent going forward if, what would you, if it was not Roundup or like the rat bait and stuff, less restrictive. I would like to see it a little bit less restrictive, Supervisor, wherever Madrone went. Or no, I'm sorry, Wilson.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, through the chair, and to answer Supervisor Bushnell's question, you won't have to hope that there's no Roundup used there again if we do this easement. That's done. There will not be Roundup used there again. And that's kind of the point of this, is we don't have to, there's no, that will cease to happen on that property.
But it also would be, there would be more restrictions than just the Roundup, right? If with organic farming, what if they wanted to fertilize with something in the future that's not? That also restricts that.
It does. This is, and through there, we're having a little bit of a Through the chair.
Please
But
answer that question.
we're having a conversation with Supervisor Bushnell. I would say that this is, from my perspective, the simplest way to do it. I mean, and many people do it. It's not like it's hard to do. It's the neighboring property just on the other side is an organic farm. They're doing organic farming constantly there. There's organic farms all over the place. We're not asked. This is not reinventing something. It already exists on the site now, and so I'm having. So that's why I feel like this isn't the big, as I understand that, we're in this negotiating and things like that, but this doesn't seem like the biggest of stretches to me. That's just my, I guess, opinion. Thanks.
Well, it is very inclusive and restricts his land largely with other things, just not I would say if we added the roundup and the rodent stuff and that, I would be more okay with that than just 100% organic. There are variations that can happen.
So I was gonna say, I just see this partially as a gesture of goodwill to the neighbors is how I see it. Now, how that is structured, maybe Supervisor Bushnell, maybe Director Ford has an idea. Sorry, John. How do we get to, what can you think of another way to still provide for an effective easement that perhaps isn't quite as restrictive to the organic? I mean, Supervisor Bushnell, you can ask what you wanted.
Well, what would be an acceptable, maybe Supervisor Wilson or Supervisor Madrone, a buffer from the neighbors, not to be inclusive of the whole 60 acres, but a buffer from that property line backwards?
So I don't have, and maybe John can share the APN, GIS APN map, and we can take a look at that, because the easiest way to do that is by APN. It's looking like, what those two parcels would look like.
Sorry, it'll take a minute to load.
Mm-hmm.
But you're talking about basically these areas right here, in this area here. So
let me look at my thing.
For instance, this area, that across there, that is over 500 feet.
Mm-hmm. So if as a, I would say, one option, I guess, could be a 500-foot buffer, organic and open space. If that's the maximum that we're able to get from this negotiation, I prefer the rest of it. But let's see, 50102, that's that one, and 22. Where's 22 on there?
I'm sorry.
So do I understand this correctly?
22 is way up here.
22 is here.
Oh, okay, I see. So it's really, okay. Yeah, go ahead, Lane. I apologize.
Yeah, Lane, Lane, you can ask for clarification.
Just trying to understand this. So you're looking at 500 feet from the property line to a point that goes beyond that organic farm, correct?
Well, it includes it as far as not beyond.
Yeah, exactly, beyond where that organic farm is. That's correct. Is that what your intention is?
Well, no, my intent, if you could bring the map back again, I apologize.
Okay. For misstating, but
yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So the intention
Director Ford just pointed out there.
That's okay. So the intention is where the would be basically my intention would be the 1,000. That basically would be the buffer from the eastern edge of 012. That would be the organic buffer.
But I said if we did 505, 151, 012, that's 500 feet, right?
Well, more or less, except for the odd shape that it exists there, but.
Okay. So
essentially, we're talking about 5 for 5, 151, 12, correct?
Yes, yes. Well, that's what I'm talking about.
How many acres is that?
I don't know. How many acres is that?
I'm pulling it up right now, sorry. It's 18.85.
But also extending out to the road there to 27th Avenue.
Why?
Yeah, because that's part of where the impacts would be. It's like along where we have the neighbors and farms. So yeah, those would be the most important parcels, I would imagine.
So, but Mike, that other parcel's 38 acres. And because it doesn't go in a straight square like what you see there.
Can you click on that parcel that you're on right now?
Yeah, the problem is this parcel here, forgive me.
Yeah.
Is also over here.
Okay.
So see how this lights up here and it goes down the street to here? For whatever reason, those two parcels are the same parcel.
All right. So I think we could, the 500 foot from the eastern boundary of those two parcels would probably work well and be simpler.
And can someone show this out on the screen again? So, I mean, I think I know what you're talking about, but it is getting late and getting a little bit.
And Lane, does that make sense through the chair? Yeah.
Yes, please, through the chair.
So basically, you're talking about.
Well, no, I'm talking about straight line.
You want to go all the way down?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Wait, straight line all the way where?
Straight line to Foster.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And that's about half of what you suggested before?
Yeah, I would prefer the other half of that myself. That's where I would go. But if this is what we can do today, this is what we can do today.
Can I ask, John, is the 6,335 feet, is that the circumference?
Yes.
So that's not the interior?
No.
So that would probably be, because it was 18 acres, so it's probably going to be around 25 acres.
Yeah, about 27.
27, Lane?
So that
I will amend my amending motion to include what's on the screen right now.
So with the reduced size. Okay.
Well, I mean,
Yes, Lane, we should probably make sure that we've got the clarification with you.
I'm fine giving up the easement for the railroads, going 100% solar, doing a 500 feet setback on the conservation easement. For all that, I think as we go through this phasing project of an acre, if the final point could be 8, I would feel a lot better about it.
I'd like to ask staff a question, if I may, and then Rex. So John, I hear what he's saying. If it were to be discussed to go to 8, what would be a process? I mean, is there a timeline? I mean, I can understand the conversation here. Supervisor Madrone has a headache, though, I can tell.
Yeah, because there's no intention on my part to negotiate up to 8 acres. If this is the vehicle to go up to 8 acres, then there's just no way that I think that would not make people happy, at least in terms of the neighborhood. I just feel like that we were really getting into a weird zone there. I think this project really, I think that we pushed it pretty far, and I think that this 500 feet buffer is completely reasonable. I don't think it's out of line, and I will adjust my amending motion to that if the seconder will allow that.
Seconder approves the change.
Thank you.
I have a question for Lane. maybe. Lane, are you there? Sorry.
Can you clarify? So we're doing all these things, and how many acres is the maximum now?
From what I heard from what Supervisor Bushnell said was 5.7. Is that correct, John?
Yes, that is correct.
Honey.
Yes, Jefferson and then Rex.
I think it might be helpful for your board if the amended motion was dealt with, and then it'll be clear if that's going to become part of it or not. So right now, if you're done discussing, you can vote whether or not to add that amendment, including the 500 feet. If that is successful, then you could vote on the main motion, the 5.7 acres. If it fails, you would vote on the original motion.
Boy, yeah, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a Ponzi scheme here or whatever. It's bait and switch. Let's add this. I mean, so what we're basically doing is we're telling him to go all solar, give us the trail easement, take 30 acres and only farm it the way we tell him for 17% of what he originally asked for and what he put in for and what he started with. And whereas he would like to have 24%, basically 8 acres of what he originally asked for, giving us the control of his 30 acres on what he does with it and limiting it, giving his easement or the trail, going all solar, and switching to the much more expensive greenhouses and the buyer's smell control system and everything else, which was actually all we were going to be here for. Does that kind of sum it up? Nobody wants to.
I guess so.
Yeah. So can I hear what the amended thing is? Because I've heard 6 different variations and I got this all the Etch-a-Sketch, but now I'm trying to figure out exactly what we're trying to pull.
Ask Director Ford, and then
sure.
We should have had dinner ordered.
The amending motion would be to add option 2 in the staff report over portions of parcels 22 and 20 and 12 for a distance of 500 feet from the eastern property line for a conservation and open space easement and or organic farming easement. So there is a choice there for the applicant, but it would be 500 feet from the east property line across those 2 parcels.
Just to be clear, John, my intention was and, not or. And I believe that was also for the seconder, I would imagine.
So you want a conservation and open space easement and organic farming easement?
So what?
Yeah, oh, are you saying that that it's not a conservation easement that includes organic and open space?
Well, conservation and open space is typically different than organic farming.
Then I would stick to the organic farming.
And take the other out?
I would prefer both. Open space, because that would keep it from going into greenhouses, correct? Or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
If it was my preference, I would go after, it would be organic farming would be the most important of those 2 items for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rex, I know Lane had a comment, but you might want to wait just a few minutes, Lane, while this conversation, Rex, and then I actually wanted to, I had a bit of a change of opinion. Yes, Rex.
Zoned ag lands, you can have greenhouses, right? As long as they go on, and you can grow organic. I mean, are you saying you don't want them to put greenhouses on the piece of property next to them that has greenhouses?
No, I'm saying that it's most important that we have the organic part, and I would prefer, yes, I would prefer it not get covered over in greenhouses, but in this case and in this space, I think the organic is as far as we're going to take this. So I'm going to hold on the organic.
Well, that's not what I just heard. So, okay.
Yeah.
Michelle, did you raise your hand?
And
Down, please.
I just. Okay.
I have to say, Mike, and I'm sorry, because I think it's important for the neighbors, but I do think we're asking an awful lot, and I wish we could do it a little bit differently. I feel like if we could go up to the 8, and I know that is not what, Michelle wants to do. So I think we're just kind of stuck, because I actually liked your plan, but I think now it's more restrictive. I would have liked to have added a little more so that there's kind of goodwill going both ways. This is an interesting topic. So we had an original motion and we had the amendment, but we didn't vote on adding that officially. Or help me, Jefferson. This is like,
if I could.
Yes, please, John.
So the thing that you do first is take a vote on the amending motion. And then depending on how that turns out, if it's approved, then that becomes the original motion added to the original motion that was made. And then you take action, you have a vote on that. If the amending motion fails, then you go back to the original motion as it is, and you vote on that. So either way, you've got 2 votes.
All right. Is that clear as mud for everybody? So we just take a vote on the amending motion on whether we want to add it. And I think we've talked it to death. Well, maybe not quite, but a bit. So Tracy, oh, there you are.
Yes. So on the amendment, roll call, please. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
No.
Supervisor Bass.
Reluctantly, no.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
So it would pass 3-2 to add the amendment to the original motion.
So now where do we go from here with the original motion?
So
It's
now
got
that's
the amendment, yeah.
That's
So
been added
Tracy?
to the motion. So now if you're ready to call for the vote on that, you can go directly there.
Okay, so, and this is with the original 5.7, I mean, what Supervisor Bushnell had mentioned, but with the addition of the buffer as such as stated. Okay, is that, yes, Supervisor Wilson?
Just want clarification. That includes all of the conditions as per the staff report, and it includes the sound amendment that we include that was part of that too, with regards to Michelle's thing too. I just wanted to make clear that that was in there. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Rex?
And so the 2.3 down the line is completely off the table now then, after we just took 30 acres from them? Is that how I'm hearing this?
The 2.3 is not part of this motion. That is correct.
And unless Supervisor Bushnell wanted to. No, okay, there's not an interest to add it to that. All right, so I believe we have a motion. Tracy, do you want to have anybody read it to you, or you've got it figured out?
Let's just capture it by saying Michelle or Supervisor Bushnell's original motion with the approved amendment added to that motion. Roll call would be Supervisor Madrone.
Well, this is a tough one. I really appreciate the efforts that have been made here to make this a little more palatable for the neighborhood. But again, you know, it just doesn't go far enough for me, but it's not that I don't appreciate all the efforts to reduce the size and everything else. I appreciate Lane's agreements for an easement and the organic setbacks, et cetera. I very much appreciate all that. It's just, this is just too big for me, given all the things that I've spoken about before. So I would vote no.
Okay. Supervisor Wilson,
No.
Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
So the motion would pass 3-2 with the amended language.
Well, that was an interesting hearing. Can I now close this public hearing, or do we have something we need to add to it? Okay, John says yes, please. All right, well.
Are we going back to closed session? I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, tonight, you're here for the long haul. So, all right, then we close the hearing and we are going to go back into closed session. However, before we do that, I did want to, a couple of different things. Tracy, is Ryan still here? Tracy's not answering me. The reason why, she's trying to get him to go on, have him come to your room. Ryan's leaving us, and this is the last time. He made Tracy do this whole meeting, and I think she did a stellar job considering it was really complicated. But I wanted, to be able to thank Ryan before he leaves.
So you're on the screen.
Before he goes to San Diego.
Okay,
Ryan, thank you for everything. I remember when you were growing up playing football, so. I'm not happy you're leaving though. So anyone else want to give me your peace of mind?
I just want to say, I don't remember you ever playing football. I'm sure you did.
My kids were his age.
But all I remember of you is working at this place, and I want to say a ray of sunshine in all the right ways. And then just I want to say it's competency and good attitude, and it's just any place that has you in it is just better. And I'm happy that you have this new adventure that you're going on. I'm sad for us, but yeah, you always have a home here, man. Thank you so much for your service and your community mindedness, and awesome. Yeah.
That was really nice, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Personnel? I guess you had to.
So I'm really happy for you and your family, Ryan, and I know it's a big move. I appreciate everything you've done for me the last 7 months and helping me fit into my position here, and all your help with the technical portions. I'm sad that I won't be able to be in chambers with you ever, but I hope that when you come back, you'll come visit our chambers when we get back in there. And I just want to say congratulations for they got a winner in you for sure, and good luck.
Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, Ryan, I'm having trouble with my computer and my camera. Can you come over and help me out here? What are we going to do without you? Well, we've got Tracy, we've got Brooke, we've got Kathy, and a great team, Alicia and everybody here. And they're going to carry on and do incredible work. And I know you've offered a lot of assistance and training. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I want to lay down a challenge. CSAC, November, Monterey, the board against the clerk of the board, bowling, okay?
Okay.
We want to bring it on, all right, buddy? So
all right.
Look forward to it.
Alicia?
Ryan, I used to bowl in bowling league back in the day, so you better bring your A game, just saying.
Okay.
Ryan and I go way back. We actually were old revenue recovery homies back when we first came into the county. So it's been really awesome to watch you grow and prosper in the county. And what a gigantic loss for us. We're going to miss you tremendously, your attention to detail and your professionalism and your stoic nature is exactly what we needed around here. So best of luck to you. Don't be a stranger. Definitely figure out what conferences we're all at and make sure you can worm your way in there so we can see you around throughout the years.
Oh, wow. Okay, Tracy.
I just want to say that I have Ryan's phone number, so we can all call him next Tuesday when the system goes down.
Right. Director Ford, I didn't know who else I wanted to mention something because
I'd love to. A lot of people don't get to see what Ryan does. And Tracy's going to find out really quick when he's getting bombarded by emails and running the board meeting and making everything look easy. And it's just been amazing to work with you. I thank you. I've always been impressed when I've sent you a crisis email during a board meeting and you're taking care of it, getting people in, doing things. You're doing about 10 things at once, and you're truly amazing. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Jefferson? We can't hear you.
Ryan, you're going to be greatly missed. I appreciate that aura of calm when I come over to talk to you. It's like a little haven right there. So I hope you can spread it around a little bit in the office, but good luck. You're going to do great down there. Enjoy your lunches in Little Italy.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Madrone, did you have another comment?
Yeah, just one more. I just want to let you know that my grandkids think you have the most stellar hairstyle.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Unique, and it fits your character so well. And Madam Chair, I'd just like indulgence. I've got a 30-minute video I'd like to share.
Yeah, and Ryan, I don't know where Supervisor Bohn went because I'm sure he'd have all sorts of things to say, but he seems to, maybe he's in closed session waiting for us. But yeah, I think it's all been said. I tried to track down people when I was back at NACO, trying to get people from San Diego to tell them that they were making a big mistake, but didn't find any. Actually, I spread good words about you, and I do believe we'll see you. And it's a change though for us, and I mean it's a change for you. But we're all excited that you get this new adventure and chapter in your life. Doesn't mean you can't come back sometime. No.
Don't do it. Good game. No, good game.
Oh no.
Good game.
Now I know where Supervisor Bohn is.
Got me.
Oh man. All right, so we've done all that. And then
don't worry, whatever game that Alicia can bring to bowling, I will tear it down with my lack of ability. So.
Yeah. And I know we are adjourning in the memory. Oh, well, Brian, first, I'll let you thank you for sticking around and helping. And yeah, we wouldn't have survived this year without the teamwork that you helped bring. Oh, he really did put one on. All right, so with that, we're going to move on to more somber, well, part of the meeting where we are adjourning in memory of someone. And though we are going back in a closed session, I thought it'd be good to mention before we go so people don't have to come back. And so we are adjourning in the memory of Rita Moore. And I understand, well, Supervisor Bohn was going to make some comments, but he's apparently at the moment missing. But I do know Jefferson had some comments that he wanted to make regarding Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Rita is one of those truly special people. And for those of you who didn't know, she was involved in Special Olympics. She was a swimming teacher, and she helped a whole lot of local kids learn how to swim, especially kids that may have problems, with water or learning how to swim. And there's a whole lot of kids in this county that were really, touched by her and can now swim because she had that ability to work with those kids. Just a fantastic person, and it's really a tragedy that she's gone.
Thank you, Jefferson. And when we come back from closed session, maybe perhaps Supervisor Bohn will have something to add. So with that, we left our closed session and we have to go back. I mean, we want to go back. Much fun. Do we need like a 5-minute break in between? Okay, yeah, 5-minute break. Okay, 5-minute transition. And so somewhere around, I don't know, 5:52. We'll see you when we see you over in the other the other side. Interloper in there.
It won't let me back in. The link won't expired or something.
Okay, that works. So Tracy, let us know when you're ready to record.
Go ahead, I'm ready to record.
Okay, do we have a report out of closed session?
Yes, Chair, on item L2, there's no reportable action.
All right, thank you. And today, a reminder, we are adjourning in the memory of Rita Moore. So you're all able to go home now. Bye. Bye.